Yeah, I don't know what it is, dude. Twitch's studio for live streaming, their chat's like totally broken. Like totally broken. FD, you're saying for dinner tonight, stir-fried noodles? I mean, I do a decent chow mein. If I was gonna do chow mein, I'd have to thaw it. Like, I'd have to get the pork thawing right now. Oh. Um, no. I'll do dumplings or something else. Like, yeah. I don't feel like doing the chow mein tonight. The chow mein's a bit of a heavy meal, too. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so we are live on YouTube. Let me pop out the chat. This takes a little bit of a process. Give me just a second. Sorry, YouTube, if you've commented. I didn't get to see any of it. Copy. Making copies. All right, paste and go. Flip that. There we go. All right, cool. So, one thing I want to do real quick is shout this out for some people via Buffer. New post, it'll go everywhere. It's not quite the birthday. The birthday is later this month, but pretty close. Is it Cascadia JS? Yeah, I'll say just share now. Why not? Good enough. Been a long time since you have used this. You're talking about Buffer? Yeah, for a brand, I think Buffer is really, like, kind of essential. Like, it helps you do all your, like, scheduling and other BS. Like, it's really good. The only thing I wish they did better was being able to tag people. Right? They're, like, their tag functionality, it's not amazing. Right? Like, platform-specific tagging. But okay. So, let's actually get some work done today instead of what we did on Saturday. I think it's fine. It'll be fine. All right, so syncing things up. And yeah, for anyone else out there that maybe is not aware of the giveaway, use that form, enter your name. Please only enter if you think you could feasibly show up to an event in Seattle. But yeah, cool. So we got some good music going. Let me just make sure some of this is good. I need to do a vitamin D. Oh no, these are all right so far. Plant-based D3 and K2. Sure. Yeah, I like it. It's the 5,000 IU, which is the same as the other natural vitamin D I was getting too. Yeah, works for me. Boy. All right. So the part we left off at, I did not mean to close that. I'm going to bring that back up. The part we left off at is we are not listing out you take a weekly one? Yeah, that works, FD. Yeah, vitamin D gets stored up in your fat cells. So it's one where you definitely don't want to overdo it because you can overdose on vitamin D. But yeah, I do 5,000 daily. It's a lot to overdo, but yes, it's not healthy to overdo. I think it causes liver issues. But no, what I mean is because it's fat soluble, it gets stored on your fat cells. So when you like overdose on it, it'll be on your fat. But then if you keep doing it, then as you burn fat, you're going to like release vitamin D back into your body, right? So that's where it becomes extra dangerous at like an overdose level. Because even like an overdose slowly over time can cause an issue later. Yeah. According to a prescription, totally makes sense. Yeah. You do what your doctor says. Absolutely. They know better than I do. But yes, it's more about like the difference between water soluble vitamins and fat soluble vitamins is interesting. Like vitamin C, you couldn't possibly eat too much vitamin C. It's basically not possible other than the fact that maybe too much, you might develop like kidney stones or something. Right? Because you just pee out whatever you don't absorb. So that's why like a lot of the vitamin C supplements will have thousands upon thousands of % of vitamin C like daily dosage, because your body's only going to use what it can absorb in the moment via water. It doesn't store vitamin C for later. At some point, some 1,000% of vitamin C isn't doing you any good. Right? The difference between the 20,000% vitamin C and the 30,000% vitamin C is just marketing. So, something to keep in mind. Doesn't mean you should get less vitamin C, because you need vitamin C on a regular basis. Otherwise, that's how you get scurvy. So yes, it's worth overdoing vitamin C because you can't possibly overdose from it. As far as I know, I'm not a doctor. All right. So yeah, the page that we're on, right? Let's actually get at least a line of code done compared to what we did the other day. We'll at least log back in, right? Log in with GitHub. Hey, we're in. We should redirect at some point. So whatever's on this page, I think I turned that off, didn't I? Let's fix that, because that's an easy one. I turned off the router push. Yes, because I want to style this page a bit better. Okay. Yeah, we were getting to that part. Let's do it. When you say 2K daily, you're talking 2,000 IU, I believe, right? Versus like MCG or whatever, which I believe is micrograms. Yeah, like most of it's going to depend on where you live and how often you leave the house. But really, you should go get some blood work done at a doctor, and they'll be able to tell you if you're actually low. It's not really something that you should like just ballpark and guess. I don't leave the house, right? I go maybe for like a half-hour walk every other day. So personally, like I need to supplement vitamin D, especially depending on your latitude. During the winter, sunshine doesn't actually cause your body to create it. So it really does depend on where you live. Weasel. The weasel. Wheeze the juice. Boy. Buddy. That was it. Not boy. Buddy. You don't get much sun out there, FD? Or you're saying you don't get much sun? Because I'm pretty sure India gets a lot of sun. But you have to, like, leave the house for that. You have to actually, like, go outside. You know, the worst. Your city doesn't get a lot of sun. Interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know there were cities like that in India. I do a daily 5,000 IU. Because I live in Washington State. During the winter, your body doesn't even generate it when you're out in the sun. So yeah, I think it's like above the 45th parallel, maybe like 44th, something like that. Like as the Earth tilts during the winter, the sun isn't strong enough to actually like force your body to create it. In general, every single human being in Washington should be supplementing. Right? At least during the winter, and probably during the summer too. Maybe. I don't know. I like the 42. You've only been following for like a year. You've only had 25 messages in that time. But I do see the, yeah, exactly. Ultima Online is the best. So there you go. There you go. Touche. Touche. I remember that part. But then, yeah, from last year, I don't remember enough from last year. Sorry about that. Let me look at your first message. Yeah, let me do that. You have a question about doing your portfolio for DevOps projects. You'd kindly ask that if I know any DevOps projects with good resources and if I share blah, blah, blah. Sure. And then you asked me to double check it because I missed it. Yeah, I don't remember what we steered you towards. But I don't know. Do you have any advice for other people that might be trying to do the same thing? Yeah. Like, if I'm being honest, I don't remember specifically what I told you. So, yeah, if you could rehash it a bit, that'd be cool. Right? Like, let us know what worked for you. If not, no worries. That's fine. I provided some paths. So yeah, DevOps wise, my guess is I probably steered you towards the AWS Cloud Practitioner certification, right? Was that something I recommended? Maybe the roadmap site? Ooh, yeah, probably roadmaps. Roadmaps. Oh, I was building a pipeline for a project back then? In April of last year? It was probably some Vexilla stuff. Nah, I don't think it was Walter. Maybe we were on Walter by then. I think I was still pivoting off of Vexilla at that point, though. Raz Wonders, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? Oh, I made the mistake of putting the ice in first. No, and that's fine there. Weasel, wheeze the juice, buddy. System design courses. So we leave tonight. You mean more like architecture type stuff, right? In general, I do think the cloud practitioner certificate might be really good for at least understanding how those services kind of like connect up. I would say I'm definitely not the expert, so I don't know of anything really specific. Like I got ideas, but I've never had to build anything like architecture-wise major at scale. So I'm definitely not like the best person to ask. The Alt F4 stream would be a better place to ask for some of that stuff. Yeah, I was just gonna say that, Zombie Tooth. Yeah. So yeah, there's that stream. Yeah, Glass is there, the main person on the Alt F4 stream. He is like a DevOps person, right? Like he does DevOps, he does system design, he does a lot of that stuff. I would say in some cases he overcomplicates things, but that's kind of like practicing for what he needs to do for his job anyway, because his job is, high level. Like, or not high level, but his job requires that level of scale. So his side projects kind of need him to practice that level of scale. When he was just a software engineer back then. Yeah, he did a hard pivot to DevOps. Like, yeah, he's very much going for that like CTO kind of role. Did I really just spill all that on me? Whatever. But yeah, I would say this cloud practitioner certificate is just awesome for understanding all of the other stuff that's in AWS Cloud, right? You've heard of EC2, you've heard of some of the other stuff, but this is going to force you to learn all of the other things, really, And then understanding those things kind of lets you know what like bits and pieces you would plug into each other. Yeah, I don't know. I really like this. I don't know of any courses. Glasses might know some really good like courses or places where you could do that learning. As far as like architecture and infrastructure design, it's less about the tools that you script it with though. And I think that's where he loves to focus. So I would say try and prompt him like you would prompt an LLM basically. Try and prompt him to get the more generalized stuff, not like the tool specific stuff. Right? If you're just thinking about architecture design, you don't care about Pulumi, you don't care about Kubernetes, right? What you need to understand is when do you need a message queue, right? Like things like that. And those things are universal regardless of how you implement them. Yeah. FTP, no big deal. Super easy. Yeah, exactly, Weasel. Yep. And am I saying your name right? Let me just make sure of that. Right? Is it Weasel or is there some better way I could say it like Wasil or Wesley? Is it just a funky way of spelling Wesley? Weasel? Okay. Weasel. Yeah. Like Weasel from Encino Man. Wheeze the juice. Yeah, totally. Got it. Buddy. All right, so what we want to do is we want to set up an error handler. We got the dot then on there, but we want to do a dot catch too. We set has error true. And then here we need to we need like 2 bits of state. Yeah, no worries, FD. Yeah, get some sleep, man. Can I just tell you how excited I am to shave the mustache tomorrow? I've been meaning to do it. I just kind of like needed a good excuse. Theo shaved his, so then I didn't want to like, didn't want to bite his style too quickly. But I've been meaning to shave this mustache for months. It looks okay. It looks all right. It's just too much maintenance work. I'd rather just shave every day, or like every other day, than like do the trim and then maybe over trim and then mess it up. And like the gray hair isn't doing me any favors with the ladies. The gray hair and the mustache does not do me any favors. Hasn't been as much of a hindrance as I would expect, but yeah, it could be better. All right, so yeah, I think we need 2 bits of state, right? There's has error, and there's finished auth or no, it never was. I'm pretty sure it's like widely known that women don't like kissing mustaches. You guys know that, right? You guys know that, right? But yeah, the mustache was only meant to be temporary. I didn't get to do it like I started it last year, starting in like August or September or something. But I didn't get to do it the year before. I try to do it during the fall, during like the No Shave November where it's like forgiven to have a bad mustache. And then I just kept it because I'm lazy. I was hoping it would get like thicker. But nah, it's just, this is as thick as it gets right now. Whatever. I don't think we actually need has error. No, it's just whether we have the error or not. We show the authenticating state. You need to sew them better. Sure. All right, so yeah, for this part, we'll just do a quick little fragment wrapper for it. We'll do a card inset. That was the last song on the album. Let's do another. All right, there we go. Sad Panda, error logging you in. Login pager. So we'll just do an emote. What should we put while we are logging someone in? Right, in the same place as that, like, smiley face. Loader? All right, so that was successful, but what should we use for a loader? Yeah, that's the someone farted face. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. We're going to skip this song. Fuck that shit. Singing? On my stream? How dare you? No. We do it every once in a while. But yeah, we need a better icon here. Does Lucide have a good animated icon? I don't think they do. We could just do loader circle and then spin it. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what we'll do. So yeah, loader circle. Oh, we could have pulsed it. Oh, a pulse would have been good for the other one. Sure. Nailed it. Like a glove. Good call, Renegade. Okay. Yeah, we'll call that good. And then from there, one thing I think I want to do. If we have a repository, right, instead of that, yeah, I think we're good. All right, so we go back to login. We log in again. Which repository would you like to use? All right, so now we're back to being able to list these things. So styling wise, there's definitely something we want to do. Like repositories there should be capitalized at the bare minimum, right? Let's give it some space. Yes, it is. Yeah, it allows you to like check some stuff and even do some like preference BS. You can hide the dev tools. Like, I don't know. It's kind of nice. That is one of the things that really does separate a framework like Next.js from others. Astro has a similar thing. Like, the best frameworks provide more than just, like a build process. The best frameworks provide dev tooling. Yeah, I would assume Nuxt has it, right? Like, Nuxt takes a lot of notes from Next. And maybe Nuxt did it first. I don't know. I could be wrong. Okay. Hmm. I would not have expected this to be a static route. We're definitely doing use client, which is interesting. Oh, wow. Their dev tools go deep. I had not seen that. Yeah, this is cool. Yeah, very nifty. So this should actually be like an inline alert kind of thing. Do they have those in UI Neumorphism? Right? Like alert. They do, but they're ugly. Eh, it's not bad. All right, so we'll use that. So instead, this becomes alert. All right, so type would be a thing we set. Yeah. All right, so then how does that look? No repositories found. Connect them using the button above. I think that actually looks okay. I was expecting to have to do more. That works for me. Yeah, that works for me. All right, all right. Hold on. Hold on. Ooh, and yeah, I wish we'd known about that ahead of time. But yeah, MCP Dev Summit. Let's try and get a talk in for next year. Pulse MCP. Yeah, who all spoke at it? OAuth, Protocol in Depth. Very cool. MCP Developers Summit. I need to be more aware of it. Do they not have a proper website, though? Hmm. Well, I can subscribe. Best I can do. All right, so back to it. Getting sidetracked. Hold on. This was a good one. So we support you, Chris. Just make sure you use sunscreen on that upper lip for the first few weeks. If I have a chance to use an IT crowd reference, I'm using an IT crowd reference. Ooh, ooh, good, isn't it? Ooh, ooh, ooh. He did, yeah. Oh, Richmond. It's a good thing I had the filth to come home to after another disappointing day at work. All right. So, what is our plan at the moment? We need to make sure these repositories are actually being listed because something is up here, dude. Like our fetcher. Like, are we even having anything happen in here? Aha, so the fetch for installations fails. Aha, but why? But why? Because bearer undefined. That's right. So I believe we actually discovered that on Saturday. I believe we had actually discovered that on Saturday before the whiskeys caught up with me. All right, so real quick though, I do have to use the restroom. I'm going to grab another soda and some more ice cubes. It's not that hot in Washington. It's actually less than 70 degrees and sunny right now. Washington's the best. The only problem with Washington, basically no apartments or houses have air conditioning. That's a huge fucking problem. But you know what? Could be worse. If I ever get rich enough, I'll build a house. It'll be a single-story house, but the basement will go like 4 levels deep. That sounds amazing, actually, doesn't it? That sounds really good to me. You just need really good, like, ventilation, you know? Right? Making sure you don't get flooded out and all that stuff. It would basically become a bunker. Yeah. Just a cheeky bunker. Yes, we watched all of the IT crowd yesterday on gaming stream / co-working stream, and it was awesome. We saw the entire series. It was really nice. The whole thing, start to finish, including like the long final episode. That was good. But let me go use the restroom. I'm gonna get some more ice, and I will be right back. First time? No, I've seen IT Crowd way too many times, but I think maybe the first time that I've seen every single episode in one sitting. Normally it's like a season or two at a time. But yeah, BRB. Okay, and I'm back. Actually, hold on. Let me double check and make sure I actually. We are not in a drought in Washington. Definitely need to flush. All right. So, yeah, this fetch for installations is a problem. Our token is not being set. And yeah, I actually think I remember looking at that on Saturday, where there's something about how we're managing the token that's not being set on the adapter. So we do the set token thing here. We're no longer tracking token on the engine, but our set token function All right, so we'll log out and back in again. We do see the token. We do see setting token on adapter, didocs. Okay, and we actually see that installations here is good. Oof. Damn it, I'm sorry, Space Case. So yeah, they were recalculating, but they did miss it. Well, just means that you get to start over. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, my bad. But welcome back. How you doing, man? But what you up to today, Space Case? Oh, I forgot to grab another soda, though. Ugh. All right. No, I got to do it. Give me a sec. Sorry. Almost forgot. That part's important. Ooh, Started your first ever full-time jobs, onboarding at the new job at the moment, right? Not consulting. First time not being a contractor or a consultant. Hell yeah. And I forget, have you shared where that is? You don't have to if you haven't. I was rooting for you for that Netflix money, but no, I get it. But yeah, how you liking it so far? Okay, small company. Yeah, yeah. No, totally get it, man. Yeah, don't dox yourself. No worries. No worries. Just happy for you. No worries, Weasel. Yep. Have a good night. We'll see you again soon. Let's see. 1 a.m. Does that mean you're in India too? Or is that Germany? Europe? Okay. You're a Python dev at that gig? Ooh, that's really cool. They gave you a chance doing a language that you're not familiar with. Just recognizing that, you're a pro and you'll figure it out. That's cool, man. Ooh, and I realized how we were getting the 401. That's right. Yeah, because we can't do a use effect here. That's right. Hmm. We want to set the token when we load after a refresh. So I don't know if this is the right place for this, but it'll work due to mutability. So then at this point, interesting. Fast refresh done in Nan MS. Oh, wow. Yeah, we're seeing token undefined there. So the issue is we're not setting the token at the right time. We want to do it in one specific place. So the main gist. Hold on. Ooh, no, it's just so much better. Have you ever seen a smoother, thick arrow in your life? I don't think so. Let me find a good way to show you. Right? Look at the smoothness of that thick arrow. How's your code going to flow if your font doesn't flow? except way better, right? Yeah, so the thing that I'm like really like stewing on at the moment is how do we surface the token change event to the rest of the app? So the idea is that maybe the core ends up being the thing that manages the token. So the token, the provider, and the repository are all just parts of GAD or GAD. And then if we do that, then it's just up to us to wire up like an Oh-My-GHaaD slash React that lets people subscribe to the engine as it changes and updates. That might be the move. At which point, Oh-My-GHaaD would also need to like manage its initialization state and some of that stuff. But then that makes like for a better user experience because it's all self-contained. So a user wouldn't even need to maintain, like they wouldn't need to use Yotai. But then that does mean that I need to create those same abstractions under the hood and like the re-render logic and all that stuff. Yeah, I think that is the move. That means major refactoring in our future. Yeah, yeah, that's the right way to do that. So we need to redo the core, right? Adapter GitHub, adapter MSW, sure, right? Adapter MSW we might just delete. Like, I don't know if I care about that. Here at the engine level, we probably want to like track an initialized state. right? So the app config would then be persisted. Which we will assume is true by default. Wait, did the font command overflow? I don't know if we keep a counter for that one, do we? We keep one for tabs. I don't know if we keep a counter for font. But yeah, what's up, Sergeant Pepper? How you doing, man? Yeah, you know, is what it is. No matter what, people will make comments like that, and it's fine, right? Like, ooh, what theme is that for your NeoVim or whatever you're using, right? Eh, whatever, you know, it doesn't matter. There's always going to be something that gets repeated. Why Rust for Godot? There you go. Yeah, you need to make a command for it. There you go. Exactly. And sometimes the answer because is good enough. Because I wanted to. Boom. Hold on. What's the thing from South Park? Well, everybody went and saw Christopher Reeve because he was doing a thing. Well, then why'd you show up, Butters? Because I said I would. Oh, I'm a dork, huh? Like, it's just such a good, like, moment of self-reflection. Like, oh, wait, I'm a dork, huh? Like, just that moment's so good. Because I said I would. Oh, I'm a dork, huh? Like, dude, it's really good. It's why Butters is my favorite. Because he's like, he's earnest. He means what he says. He does what he says, right? But he has those moments where he's like, oh, I'm a dork. Whatever. Still gonna be Butters. Butters is the best. He's my favorite. If I had to pick a favorite character from South Park, it's Butters, for sure. So yeah, persisted defaults to true. Here at the engine level, oh, but it's on app config. App config is this.app config. That's it. And hey, what's up, Nico? Hold on. Let me read that again there, JLem. That's a long one. You're working on a personal travel planning app, and right now you're saving user-specific data like their last searched city in local storage on the front end. You're wondering what I'd recommend for a project like that. Should you stick with local storage for these small pieces of data, or is it better to practice to store even that in the back end for consistency and security? Um, Security is tricky. Like, how are you doing auth? You know, if you don't have like an auth mechanism, then you have no security, so it's not secure. But yeah, I'm curious, what is your auth looking like? And the biggest question you want to ask yourself about whether local storage is good enough is, would you like the user to have that same config if they launch it up on a different device and they log in, etc.? Let's say I'm on the web and I do a thing and then I'm traveling and I want to load it up. Would I still want to be in the same exact state that I was on the desktop? At which point the answer is probably yes, which means it should probably be in your backend. Does that make sense, JLam? So it's more about, like, don't worry about the security aspect. The security aspect is it's a red herring, right? In general, what is the user experience that you're looking for? What is your user going to want? If you base most of your decisions on that, you'll build a product people actually like. Right? So last searched city. I don't know about searched, because that's a different thing, but their itinerary and where they left off in the itinerary and some of that stuff would make more sense. Oh, there you go, Code Spent. Hell yeah. Which one is the. Are they both she's? I noticed you had two cats. The void did kind of blend in with your chair, but yeah, you've got a void and like a tuxedo cat. Which one is the one you're talking about? Because yeah, I saw your photo over in the Discord. Thank you for sharing that. I'm a major cat person. I just don't think I'm at a good place in life to properly care for a cat. All right, so the tuxedo is a she. Her name is Tux. Literally, her name is Tux. That's so lazy, Code Sped. I like it. I'm into it. That's so lazy. The void is Mario. Yeah, no, it makes sense. That's like super good. I really like it. Yeah. All right, hold on. We're gonna skip this song. We don't need no singing. Um, so JWT with protected endpoints, and that's totally fine there, JLab. Yep, totally makes sense. Here's just my next question though. Yeah, and maybe Quaff, but the big thing is like, think about it from a user perspective. As a user, would you like that state on your mobile device if you started that state elsewhere? And you know your app better than I do, but that is the question you need to ask. That's the important part. Is it something you want to persist if the user goes to a different machine, if they load it up on their phone, whatever? If that's the case, local storage isn't enough. So focus in on the user experience of it, and I think you'll answer your question automatically. I think that's one of the biggest things to think about when building an app. right? Like focus on your user's experience, not what makes it easy for you as a dev. And there is a lot of room in the world to make applications that respect your user's experience, because a lot of other apps just don't. PeopleSoft fucking sucks to use. That's one way to go, Carpool. So we don't necessarily want to overcomplicate it. But yeah, bring your own data type applications are definitely a thing. I think JLAM is still a bit of a beginner, so maybe just building out a proper backend application is just part of their portfolio that they're trying to build. So I wouldn't necessarily go towards like a bring your own hosting type situation yet. Right? Like similar to what I'm building with this, right? A bring your own hosting thing. It's doable, sure. But is it the right case for what they're trying to do for getting a job, etc.? Probably not. And yeah, Carpool. Yes. What I'm building right now is very similar to what you're talking about. But I wouldn't recommend that someone do that for building out their resume yet. If they're trying to get a full stack job, they should focus on like traditional full stack applications. Quaff. Yeah, right? That's a good point. Like, would your user want to have the same theme, right? Dark mode, light mode, whatever, going from device to device? Sure, right? Would they want to maintain their, like, data table, like, the columns that are showing preferences? The answers are probably, yeah, if they configured it one way on one machine, they probably want it that way on another machine, too. Yeah. Full stack is a loaded term at this point, for sure. Hold on. There was a comment I missed, though. Let me double check. But yeah, Quaff, right? Like, a bunch of that stuff, it's really up to the user. I would say toggling, like, a light or a dark mode, meh. That one, it's like, what is the effort for the user to get it back versus the effort for you to build it? That's also something to consider. If it's just toggling light or dark mode, yeah, the user can just do that on another device. You don't necessarily need to put that on the server. Yeah, Carpool. So SQLite Wasm is nifty. Just keep in mind that there's also PG Lite. Something worth checking out. You know, if your backend is Postgres, PG Lite can be a really nice sync layer in front of it. If you're purely browser-based and you don't have a backend, then SQLite's just fine. We've built applications that way too. Right? Like, but all these things are just edge cases. These are concerns that you have to think about for your one application. There's no right or wrong answer until you evaluate it within the context of your application. All right, so one second. Atraf. How do we handle when your senior, the one who is above you, always makes bad decisions, or it's just he is not up to the role? You're towards being empathical? Tomato, tomato. But at the end of the day, you lose a ton of time, and you as a team always get the finger point. Your friend asked you this, but you honestly didn't know how to reply. Sorry for the change of context. It should never be a dictatorship, right? If the senior isn't involving y'all in those like discussions, that's the biggest problem, right? Why is the senior not discussing these things with people? And it could just be that they're bad at their job, right? And that part sucks. But instead, you should push back and try and make it more of a collaborative experience. Yes, there are a lot of leads that lucked into being a lead, you know? So, coffee, a big part of the problem that maybe they're describing is these decisions get made before the rest of the team is even involved. So by the time it's been signed off on by the higher ups, by everyone who's the decision makers, it filters down to the people who actually have to build it, you know? And I think that is the number one problem. That discussion should be happening with the senior before you get sign off from the other stakeholders. Yeah, but here's my point there, coffee and coding, right? And when we say client, that could just be other key stakeholders at the business, right? Your senior should be talking with you before any of that happens. If that's not happening, that should be something you're bringing up in like sprint retrospectives, etc. There should be places where this feedback is welcome. If there isn't a place for that, you're just at a shitty company and you got to find a better job. But if it's a consistent problem to deal with, what is in place to like give feedback about the process? If there is not a process for giving feedback after the project or after the things, then that would be your first step. Not, hey, he needs to bring it to us. No, like, dude, we don't even have a way of like giving feedback. There needs to be retrospectives on a regular basis. If you can set that up, that paves the way for the rest of this. But if you don't have that, it'll never happen, right? There's no feedback. There's nothing that they're hearing. There's nothing going on. There may come a time where you go above your senior and you talk to the manager above them and say, I'd like to schedule retrospectives once a month. And they are human, right? Like, talk to them first. Be nice, be diplomatic. But at some point, if they're refusing, you might have to go above them. But do it in a diplomatic way. Don't point a finger. Don't say they're a problem. Say, I want to do this to discover what we all could do better, right? Frame it that way. Be objective about it. Because nobody's perfect. Nobody's doing everything right. That's impossible. But instead, if you have a regular place where you can all vent your frustrations about the previous iteration of the project or whatever, right? The past month, the past sprint, the past whatever, that is the only way that you'll be able to improve things. Yeah. Talk to them like a person. But if they refuse to actually do anything about it, well, then there's only so much you can do. And then you got to go above them. Did that help, Atref? The more you are a dev in this industry, the more you may realize that the hardest problems at work are not coding problems. They're interpersonal communication problems, which is why the highest level of engineer is basically staff and principal. Those people are really good at what they do, not just because they're good programmers, but because they're good at talking to other devs. They're good at making shit happen, like cross teams and cross functions. That's the way you become a proper staff or principal engineer. By bridging the gaps within a team, within two teams, etc. Yeah, and I get that, Atref, right? Like, it's really easy to just be a senior who just stays in their own lane, is really good at what they do, but doesn't deal with or talk to other teams, you know? Staff and principal engineers are staff and principal engineers because they are good at connecting teams. They are good at dealing with this like soft skill BS. There is like a level to get to where you don't have to do that shit, where you are a distinguished engineer. But to be one of those, you basically have to create like the Go programming language at Google. You know? There are very few people that will ever make it to distinguished engineer. But yeah, real quick, let me go pee. We're gonna pour another soda. And yeah, I really like these discussions. And yes, Sergeant Pepper, I'll get to that. It's a bit long, but I gotta pee. I broke the seal. Oh, we do still have the fountain screen. I forget to use it. I should be doing it. I should be using the fountain screen when I go pee. That's on me. I'll do it next time. Yeah, sorry, coffee. I forgot about it. Yeah, the pee fountain. But if your principal staff is just dictating things, yeah, no, they're a bad principal staff engineer. Yeah, no, like principal slash staff engineers are all about compromise and making teams like work together without you thinking that they're dictating, right? Ooh, I might. Oh, I might need to go grab the other bottle. Yeah, I'll be right back. 1 second. I forgot something. Okay, and I'm back. You keep a blackboard to write BRB. So yesterday you had to learn how to write BRB backwards for the flip. Ooh. Yeah, that's rough. My dad's best friend was actually like he had like a major Navy security clearance because he was able to write backwards. Before like computers did all that shit. Yeah, like if you watch some of those older films in the top secret areas, there was that like glass with like the map on it, and you had people like writing stuff on it from behind it so that the generals could read stuff. Yeah, being able to write backwards was a skill that they selected for to get that top secret clearance. And that's how my dad's best friend got involved with like computing at a high level back in the fucking 60s and 70s, you know? All right, he had the security clearance to do that, so he had the security clearance to like mess with all sorts of like mainframe BS, you know? Like, dude, it's crazy. Yeah, yeah, it's really cool. That's the same dude. I don't know if I've told this story. I'm pretty sure you remember it. That's the same dude that wrote Silo Sentry. He has passed since then. Rest in peace. But Silo Sentry was basically, imagine, right? Tape drives, right? Tapes that are sitting there in their holders, and you have like 2 or 3 like readers at the bottom. It could be a wall, like at the beginning of the movie Hackers, or it could actually be a silo where there's a robot arm going with like a 360 rotation of like all these tapes. And that's actually what a tape silo really is. There was a robot arm in there that would pluck a tape, bring it down, and put it into the tape reader. Banks, telecommunications, all sorts of companies had that. And when you start thinking about it, it becomes the same problem of, well, yeah, the most used tapes should be closest to the reader. The least used tapes should be up near the top, and you should be filling in the blanks as you can. It's basically a disk defragmenter, but it's a tape defragmenter. My dad's best friend wrote that and collected paychecks, like $10,000 a year support contracts. He didn't actually have to do anything for that support contract, but he was on call if anything ever went wrong. Genius. Fucking brilliant. Ooh, let me get some ice in this. But yeah, my dad's best friend wrote Silo Sentry for mainframe computing. But yeah, pretty cool shit. All right, so let me double check. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything from the previous conversations. Do I know someone who can assess the security of your web app? I'm not going to say anyone here will actually do it for you, but if you check out InfoSec streams, there are streamers that do security stuff. You might be able to pay them to do it as like content on a stream. I'm not sure what it would cost. I have no idea about that stuff, but like a lot of these streamers are really good people. Yeah, this is awesome. They used to have me on this list, but I don't deserve to be there. I don't do InfoSec stuff. I'm a big fan of all these people, though. GoPro, Sloyo, Het Tanis, like so many people we recognize. Right? I would say Ending with Allie is less of a security streamer, but she does do a lot of really good content. She's also looking for a job these days. I think I saw her tweet about, like, yep, she's still looking for a job. Looks like she's still over in a Twitter space, too. Sounds about right there, Code Spent. Sure, why not? But no, this is a really good community. There's no one live at the moment, it looks like, but yeah, just keeping up with them and reaching out to the people that are most active and seeing if it's something that they'd be down for. Like a lot of them just do hack the box type stuff. Something real world would be really nice. But I would definitely say, like, pay them to do it. I don't know how much it would cost you, though. I mean, yeah, that's always stuff you can do. Okay, hold on, hold on. Let me just send a quick thing work. Sorry, sorry. Let me just double check over here. All right, there we go. Yeah. That part gets tricky, right? And even like, even opening it up on stream, what you may want to do is set up like a specific environment for that stuff. Maybe even with like a fake name for your app. That way they can't possibly like, oh, here's the test environment. I know it's vulnerable. I'm going to go do something against it, right? That can be tricky. So, yeah, maybe create like a fake name and I don't know. Like a fake app name, a fake domain, and a fake database that they can actually do this stuff with. But they can still like look at it and figure it out. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it becomes tough. Because if you're hosting something live, someone doing security for it, there could just be someone lurking that channel that doesn't mean well, that then does a whole bunch of stuff against you. So that's where it gets a little trickier. If you don't have customers yet and you want to evaluate it, that's a great time to do it. But if you have like actual users, maybe it's not the best idea. Unless you're willing to spin up a fake version of your real thing. Right? Same code, just a different database, basically, and a different names that no one can actually, like, sniff it. Yeah, that was a good point, Codesman. Good catch. Yeah, but if they're doing it, like, live on stream, that's a little trickier. I would say if you're able to make it to where they could do it live on stream, that's just good content for them, too, and it's something better than just some BS hack the box. Which is why I think, like, the effort to build out, like, a sandbox domain and project is worth it. But yeah, that part's trickier for sure. Ooh, and yeah, so Yahoo is letting me know that it's about time to renew my fantasy football league. Who all wants to join some fantasy football this year? And I mean like American football. I was gonna say not the one where people flop and like, you know, try and like bait bullshit calls from the refs, because modern like American football is doing the same thing. Fucking Mahomes, I'm looking at you. Fucking flopper. I don't have a specific team. I like specific players, but I'm not a team person. I'm from Seattle, so sure, fuck it, why not? Seattle, meh. Dude, sports nowadays in general, dude, the NBA. I used to love the NBA in the 90s. I used to love the NBA in the 90s, and now it's just a fucking shadow of itself. Like, dude, the floppers are so annoying, dude. I fucking hate modern NBA. Yeah, man. Yeah. Like, some of the players I enjoy because of their antics more so than their gameplay. It's a shame that dude went off the rails. I think he's still in the league, but he's like fourth string wide receiver. Basically, if your other wide receivers get hurt, well, at least you got Antonio Brown still. It's just crazy, like how that dude went off the rails, right? Like gnarly, man. And he doesn't even have the skills to back it up. That's the sad part. Oh, he's not in the league anymore? I thought he was a backup for a team or two. He was last year, right? I think he was a backup for Tampa Bay, right? Or some other team? No. He was totally. Was that a couple seasons ago? So, Illest, I do know he was a backup for at least a team or two. Ever since the helmet fiasco? Wait, what's the helmet fiasco? Are you thinking of Myles Garrett? That dude got suspended for like one game. Even though he basically tried to murder someone. You know, like, dude. I could have sworn Antonio Brown was like a backup for someone last year. Oh, okay. So it was for Tampa Bay. It was really that long ago, though? I could have sworn he was on something like a few years ago. Nah, yeah, my bad. Time flies when you're not paying attention to crazy people. The Albany Empire. Oh, okay. So he went into like the XFL or something? Or he tried to? Yeah, see, last year I thought he did something for the Steelers, but they never actually like optioned him. Is that it? Because I could have sworn I remembered hearing about this. But they never actually did it. Okay, so I was just thinking about this BS. No, I totally get that. Yeah. For some reason, I thought this was more serious than it was. Right? I was wrong. I mean, with how bad their receivers were, dude. What the fuck? We're still live, right? Dude, this monitor's freaking out. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. I just hear this shit beeping, and then my teleprompter monitor goes like blank. That was weird. Is it? It's Antonio Brown. He's hacking us, right? He hears us talking shit, and he's going off the rails again. That was it, right? In the off season, he got his fucking, you know, his infosec credentials going, and now he hacks streamers that talk shit. I get it. No big deal. You got to have a hobby, right? Got to have hobbies. All right, hold on. Let me double check. So as far as the GOAT in the NFL, I don't know, man. Who's my GOAT for the NFL? I don't. Nah, I don't put my foot in the ring for that shit. I don't know. I don't care. Eh. There are some players in like Madden NFL that I enjoy, and they always like nail it, you know? Right? Like the Brian Dawkins cards, the fucking Ed Reed cards, always fucking kill it. The Julius Peppers out of position cards always fucking kill it. Right? Give me a Julius Peppers middle linebacker. That dude's like 9 feet tall. He catches shit, you know? Bob Sanders? Who the fuck is Bob Sanders? I don't know Bob Sanders. Is he Barry's lesser known cousin? Played for the Colts? Okay. What position did he play, though? Yeah, Bob Sanders. I'm not familiar. Um, there's like a character in Madden, or not character, a player in Madden that gets a card every once in a while that I pick just because of like a terrible movie he made. Oh, dude. Fuck. What's the guy that was in that movie Stone Cold? Where he's like a cop, he infiltrates a biker gang. Not Stone Cold Steve Austin. No, no. The movie was called Stone Cold before Stone Cold Steve Austin even existed, you know? Or as a character existed. Brian Bosworth. The Boz. Absolutely. Dude, it's a terrible fucking film. But it's a classically terrible film. Yeah, yeah. He infiltrates a biker gang. Like, yeah, yeah, yeah. So, yeah, you know, I like Boz cards that when they come out. I like a Boz card when it comes out in Madden, you know? He was terrible. He wasn't even good in the NFL. There's the bit where, shit. Shit. What was the dude who played in the NFL and baseball at the same time? And he had that one, like, amazing fucking catch in baseball. Where he, like, ran, like, he, like, Matrix ran on the wall to catch that one home run. Bo Jackson. Dude, yeah, Bo Jackson just, like, toting, just toting the Boz into the end zone, right? And the shit talking is like, next time I'm going to charge you for a bus ticket. Yeah, that was Bo. That was absolutely Bo. Dude, the shit talk back in the days was fun. Next time I'm gonna charge him for a bus ticket. Right? Because he just carried fucking, like, he's sitting there running for the touchdown. He carries Boz into the end zone. Like, dude, so good. Oh man, old school football was so much better. Yeah, damn right, pet food guy, Bo Jackson. Yeah, nowadays the best trash talking comes from the fucking, from like the press. Hold on, I know we're getting sidetracked, but have you guys seen um Mahomes' favorite ref? Patrick Mahomes was asked to name his favorite NFL ref who helps the Chiefs win. Right? Like the best shit talking actually comes from the press. Sports. Yeah, Mahomes, who's your favorite ref? I mean, who's your favorite teammate? Yeah, we didn't have the audio. I wasn't going to play the audio. But Mahomes' favorite teammate has got to be one of the refs. 100%. He's not that good. He's one of the floppers. He's like the worst flopper in the league. My biggest problem with modern NFL is fucking Mahomes and his fucking flopping. Like, look at some of the flops he did last year. Like, what an asshole. Just overselling shit. Like, just, such a jerk. Just manipulating the goodwill of the refs. Like, dude. He does make things happen, sure, but he's also a flopper. Boz was Ohio State, maybe Oklahoma. You're seeing red. You looked it up. It was Oklahoma, memory fading. Everybody had that haircut in Oklahoma. Yeah, sounds about right. Oh, yeah. The YouTube.com placement. Hold on. Now we've got a replacement for it. Shit. It's oh, it's www.youtube.com. No, it's got to have the HTTPS. Okay, hold on. And yeah, 1 second. How you doing, Raiders? We are deep into some CM Griffing lore. There it is. Code spent. I could have sworn that was you. Aren't you the one that made us do that? I could have sworn that was you, Code spent. I could be wrong. I'm almost positive that was you, Code spent. Like, my memory may be fading these days, but no, I'm pretty sure that was you. But yeah, how you doing there, Proton Fig? Yeah, Proton Fig, do you have a song you want us to play? You're coming at a really perfect time where, like, the album we were playing just finished. Let's check out something you made recently. Up to you. You don't have to, but be a whole lot cooler if you did. Just released a new intro. Give us like a full song. Okay. All right. Let's grab it for sure. Here we go. Everyone joining from the raid, I will say, we got that link just above, right? If you could make it to Seattle, you could win a free ticket to Cascadia JS. All you got to do is click that link, enter a very small amount of credentials, etc., and yeah, let us know. When am I making beanie merch? I am slacking on it. I got to do it. I got to do it here soon. I got to do it here soon. You're not wrong. I just need to start like a new business. I'll do it for the stream. And yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, sorry, I'm not showing the video of it. I do like the video. Very nice on the Mandelbrot. Like the... Maybe that's Mandelbrot. Whatever, right? You know what I mean. This... Oh, this has like the rotating donut like you were showing us like months ago. Dude, yeah, Proton Fig. Dude, I'm stoked seeing like the 3D stuff that you were showing off like months ago, and now it's like right here in the thing. That's awesome, man. Crop top merch? Dude, nobody wants to see that. Ugh. What's it called when you're like all muffin top? Muffin top only muffins. I am a biscuit at that point then. Yeah, pure biscuit. Pure biscuit. Wait, like the whole visualizations here are squeezed into only 50 KB? Dude. Yeah. This is the sound my modem makes when I dial into AOL. No big deal. So every single thing about this is squeezed into 50 KB? Dude, you're a wizard. I believe you would have been burned at the stake 100 years ago. Not only because they didn't have computers. Still can. Yeah, exactly. You go to a Grateful Dead show and say fish is better. All right, yeah, you might be burned at the stake. You go to a fish show and say it sounds like worse Sublime. Boom, yeah, you might be burned at the stake. Show the video? Nah, I'm good. Hold on. I do need to go grab another soda. Because this one's empty. This is bullshit. All right. So yeah, we're enjoying a nice sunny Washington day. Now that was solid. Thank you for sharing that. I really do appreciate that. Thank you, Proton Fig, for sure. That was good. Like, yeah, you got like a whole bunch of stuff, right? So if someone were to click your name, they'd be able to find a whole bunch of other songs on YouTube that you've made, right? That's awesome, man. Yeah, everyone should go check it out. Let me just paste the link just in case you want. And yeah, exactly, Sergeant Pepper. Ooh, we all know that Nirvana is just a Puddle of Mud ripoff. Get him out. Get him out. Yeah, exactly, Goatspan. Just a Puddle of Mud ripoff. Weak. Weak. Of the music I'm playing right now? I have no idea, but they're on Bandcamp. And I bought the album, so I think that counts for something. I always forget that the back of a modern iPhone is actually magnetic. That's crazy, man. Proton Fig's music. Ooh, yeah, I don't know. You'd have to ask him. Like, will someone get copy striked for playing Proton Fig music on their YouTube? I know, right? Like, dude, yeah, blows my fucking mind, man. Shit. All right, so yeah, what we want to do is actually own the persisted life cycle of some of this stuff we're doing. Hey, 78 words per minute. Yeah, dude, it happens quick. Dude, it happens quick. You'll be way quicker than you expected. Ooh, how much tenting are you doing? Shit, I'm at like I'm at 15. Like, how many degrees of tent do you got going? You're doing 25? Oh my god. Whoa. And you still got good leverage doing it? Cool. So if everyone is unsure, we're talking about the keyboard that he and I both have now. You're not going to faze me if you don't use my referral code. Do or don't. I don't care. But if you do end up buying it, it's a pretty solid keyboard. I would personally not justify paying for it out of pocket myself. I believe CodeSpent was able to get half of it covered by his work, which makes sense too. But yeah, these KLH box whites are really nice. Like, I like the switches. I love the keyboard. It's really nice. It's just, I'm cheap. Yeah, 300 is within reason. So yeah, Proton Fig, what they're asking is, would they be able to play that music, maybe if they stream, and not get a copy strike? That's probably the question they're asking. I'm trying to read between the lines and understand, like, the motive, but is that what you're actually wondering there, Carpool? So what if it's played in a commercial project? So, Carpool, are you saying, like, are you a game dev? And you want to use it in, like, a game you're making or something? Because I think that's slightly different. And then that's up to Proton. One named PC in Fig's honor. Ooh, there you go. That could work. You know, I don't know. No, and I get that, Carpool. It's really nice that you're asking. Yeah, so Proton, this would be more for, like, something they want to release commercially. And that would be up to you guys to, like, work out together at that point. Right? Like, I'd even throw out, like, a 1% of revenue up to some value that is reasonable, right? For something super indie, like 1% of revenue up to $100. Would that make it worthwhile for you? Probably. And I think that becomes pretty reasonable. If you go bigger than that, cool. If 1% of revenue is less than $100, you're not making enough to, like, care anyway. I don't know. I'm just throwing out a number. This is not something anyone has agreed to, whatever. I am not negotiating a contract for you guys. But if you could come up with something that at least, like, hey, Proton gets paid a decent amount of the revenue up until, you know, it's enough. You guys can figure out the actual numbers. Right? If you sell a game for $10, 1% of revenue from that is 10 cents. You'd have to sell, like, what is it, 10,000 copies for that $100? If you sold 10,000 copies, you're probably sitting okay. And you can afford to pay the $100. Less than that, you know. And again, like, who knows what number the upper limit should be. But 10 cents on a $10 game for a song that's maybe your theme song? Well, I would say that's definitely worth it. For a song that's maybe a portion of one scene, maybe that's like a lesser cent value. or whatever, right? Like a lesser percentage of a total sale. It's up to you guys to work out. But I think those kind of like deals should be important. Sorry, 1 second. All right, sorry. Just had to respond to coworker and all that. And yeah, you could like compose music. You could do something like purely unique for the game. Yeah, for sure, man. Now, Proton, I would point out that Carpool, if they're doing it as like a side thing, is probably not something they could like pay you outright for. But again, if you guys negotiate like a good percentage for it, well, then there you go. Oh, there you go, Cinder. Hell yeah. Is someone interested in a quick demo of your browser-based video game? It's just a project for seeing what's possible with web tech in game dev. So Carpool, I would say don't necessarily share the link here, but we do have a channel in the Discord that you can do it. I do like to push back on the spamming. You're brand new to the channel, but you have been a really good contributor and chatter. So I don't consider it spam, right? You know, you waited plenty long enough to actually do that. But we do have a Discord. And I would say there is a channel in the Discord. Promote yourself or like programming help or, you know, there's plenty of channels. Look through the list, see what you think is best. But yes, I think that would be a better place for that because people could also get to it outside of stream. All right, so real quick, I do have to pee. Man, I broke the seal bad, didn't I? I think I was just dehydrated last night and my body's figuring it out still. But let me go grab some more ice and let me go pee. And hold on. For code spent. For code spent, we'll do this scene. So I grabbed more ice cubes.
Swing, swing.
I went pee. Discord, please. Yeah, so carpool. Discord, please. Whoa, Spheraphoria, Mr. Sir, how you doing? Oh my god! Yeah, exactly. For sure. Yeah, for everyone joining from the raid, we are the day before my 7-year stream anniversary. So we are partying, we're chilling, we're hanging out. We're having a good old day. So thank you so much, Spheraphoria. Yeah, I know, right? 7 years streaming? That's just, oh man, that's crazy to me. But you got to treat these days as something special, you know? So yeah, what were you up to on your stream, though? I assume some Zig? Oh, you're a web dev now. No big deal. What were you doing web dev-wise? I'm actually so curious now. All right, in 1 second there. Sorry, mixed nuts. There was a bit of X versus Y-ness from you the other day that I just didn't want to deal with. So I did have you restricted. But I do appreciate that. That is long. Dang. You're unrestricted now. Just recognize I really, 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 really want to avoid X versus Y stuff here. But you weren't wrong. You do stop in enough. No, it's fine. I get it there, mixed nuts. It's just, right, like I'm saying, 7 years streaming, there are certain things that I have recognized as really just not conducive to me having a good time on stream. And that is digging into the same old X versus Y bullshit about languages or frameworks or whatever. There are times where I will totally acknowledge and entertain some of those arguments. I just try not to. So I get it. No worries, mixed nuts. I do feel like that was all right, though, right? It was better than like a ban or even a timeout. If I just restricted it, I was the only one that saw your comments when you were like, oh, hey, why aren't they showing? But you didn't feel nearly as slighted as if I had timed you out or banned you, right? So yes. And again, like, you've been so chill in times past as well. It was just, you caught me maybe at a bad moment, but also we have a no X versus Y rule here in chat. So just wanted to make sure we're okay, right? Someone's trying to pull some X versus Y about mixed nuts versus trail mix. Come on, guys. All right? Shit. No, it's fine, mixed nuts. Yeah. No, it's fine. Totally get you. Almost feel like Hero. It seemed like he was going to reach out to you, even. Maybe not. I don't know. He did do that whole like, like the ban emote or whatever he had. I thought maybe y'all were like maybe chatting about it out of band, but if not, no worries. I'm sorry to even bring it up, but I just wanted to let you know why your last message didn't go through. You're fine now. So Mixed Nuts, I thought you came through on Coding with Strangers raid the other day. Maybe I was wrong. Oh, you didn't. You just stopped in. Okay, my bad. It was just like the timing seemed like you came in on the raid. I misunderstood that part too. Do you not watch Coding with Strangers? All right, well, my bad. I assumed. I made an ass out of me and Umption. Everyone asking what I'm sipping on. This is whiskey and Coca-Cola. Because we're a day before our 7-year stream anniversary. No, I get it, Mixed Nuts. He's a great dude. He's awesome. But yeah, I don't know. For some reason, the timing made it seem that way. No, it was not your keyboard. I simply recognized it in myself that I needed to start ignoring you because I probably would have been too harsh. So that was on me. But I think it was better than a timeout, and it was better than a ban. No, and I remember you saying you spilt the beer on your keyboard. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. No, yeah. I assumed you went and chatted in some other stream and knew it wasn't your keyboard. If not, well, shit. All right, I'm sorry for making you worry about that. that's even worse now. Now I feel even worse. No, I totally remember that. It may seem like, yeah, I drink a lot of whiskey, I smoke a lot of weed, like I wouldn't remember anything. That's where you're actually wrong. I remember too much. I think that's one of my like actual like flaws at this point. If I could just forget stuff, oh man, so much would be so much easier. So much of life would be so much easier if I could just forget stuff. If I could just honestly say, oh, I didn't remember that. But yeah, no worries, no worries. We're good. We're hanging out. We're chilling. Everyone rating from Spheriphorias. Real quick, hold on, Spheriforia. What were you up to? I think you said something and I missed it. Mixed nuts or trail mix? Ooh, the X versus Y. I get it. I get it. But yeah, no. What web dev was Spheriforia actually working on? And no worries, I get it. You had so a little web app stuff, trying to write a little food tracking app. Oh, that was it. Okay, I missed that part. So a food tracking app. Okay, and is this like they were making an ingredients app? Oh, so is it more like a calorie tracker kind of thing? Yeah, I'm curious about like the end goal, like use case of an app like that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, those are good apps too. Like, yeah, it just depends on the app. I think all of those kind of apps have like a place, but you gotta kind of pick one, right? He wants to keep track of his eating habits. Oh, so you watched a bit when he got started. Okay. Interesting. So there's a bit of like the what, right? Tracking eating habits is the what. But what is like the goal? Like the why? So yeah, Spherephoria had to go. I get it. If you're out there lurking, Spherephoria, feel free, chime in. But yeah, I'm so curious about like the why. Is it to track like vitamin intake or something? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think all of these kinds of food apps, there's actually like a major like space to be filled, especially AI wise. Right? Take a picture of your slice of pizza and let AI figure out how many calories are in it. I don't know, man. Big Mario's in Seattle doesn't tell me how many calories are in a slice of pepperoni. Could I take a photo? Oh, there you go. Okay, so my stomach is not a good indicator of whether I'm hungry and eating out of boredom, so I want to keep track of intake. Ah, I like that. So, like, he could do that and eat whenever he wants. Instead, my thing is, I eat one meal a day. Now, granted, whiskey like fills some of that other stuff, but when I eat that one meal a day, I'm easily eating like 1,200 to 1,600 calories. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I eat meals that heavy. But if I only eat one of those meals a day, well, shit, yeah, then I'm all right. So, yeah, I don't eat breakfast. I don't eat lunch. One day per meal. Ooh, there you go. See, Sergeant Pepper, I could have easily said that not realizing. But yeah, I eat one big meal per day. I think 3 meals a day is really good when you're an athlete. But I'm not an athlete. Not at this point. All that whiskey on an empty stomach doesn't get me? Oh, it does. Ooh, it totally does. Yeah, man. Woo! I'm a cheap date. So it depends on the whiskey there, utilizer. This is Four Roses Single Barrel Select, which is a 50%er, right? Or 100 proof whiskey, which means I pour it a little lighter. Ooh, that's actually strong. That's actually a strong 50%er right there. I'm about to throw some ice cubes in it and then the Coca-Cola. But yeah, if we were to measure this one out, it's probably a good, I'd say that's 1.5 to 2 ounces, somewhere between there. I don't think it's more than 2 ounces. The standard whiskey pour at most bars here in the US is 1 to 1.5 ounces. If you order a double, they'll give you like 2.5, not like a proper double. Yeah, my pour actually heavily depends on the quality of the whiskey. Yes, absolutely. At bars, they don't. They will typically up the price for the stronger whiskeys. But other than that, they'll do the same exact pour. These 50%ers get me. I'm going to point that out right now. The 50%er whiskeys totally fucking get me. If we weren't celebrating, I would not be drinking a 50%er. I'd be sitting on like a 40%er for sure. Ooh, Proton. Yeah, I don't have any medication I have to take. That's a mixture of me living a privileged life as well as me not going to the doctor often enough. I'm almost positive I should be on some medication. Probably blood pressure or some other bullshit. Fuck it. Whatever. Heart rate's good right now. Oh, damn, you got Parkinson's? All right. Man, that's brutal. I'm sorry. And yeah, Carpool, thank you for hanging out. You're saying it's lights out for you. You're in like Europe somewhere, right? Like the UK? Maybe Germany? And you're up way too late? But yeah, no worries. Carpool Sama. Tunisia. Okay, yeah, Tunisia, that's on like European time zone, right? I feel like that's like right in line vertically with like Italy, etc., right? I could be wrong, you know. Eh. Oh, you don't have daylight savings. Oh, so it could be even later for you. Okay, I get it. But yeah, no worries, Carpool Sama. Get some sleep. Yeah, enjoy. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being cool. And I hope you pasted your link over to Discord somewhere. Looks like you did it over to the gaming channel. Wait a minute. Yeah, hold on. Do I know you from the Get Kraken Slack? I do, don't I? Your name looks familiar. That's what I thought. Hell yeah, man. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate that. Well, yeah, get some sleep. Did you do anything for our giveaway? Like, dude, you should do something for the giveaway. I think I'm going to try and convince the person that started it to extend it a little bit because we didn't get enough people being involved. Like, are you even aware of the giveaway? I'm going to try and talk the powers that be into extending it by like 2 weeks. No. Carpool Sama. No, like, get cracking. We sent an email out to all ambassadors. You may not be getting that to a place where you see that stuff. And maybe it's on me for not shouting it out in the channel. But for ambassadors, we're giving away a Switch. Like a Nintendo Switch. I don't know if it's a Switch 2. It's probably just a regular Switch. But we're trying to like incentivize ambassadors to make social posts, to, you know, write a blog post. There's like all sorts of ways you can contribute. Maybe check the ambassador channel. Someone like reached out and questioned some stuff in there. But I will push to get the giveaway going an extra week, at least, and then maybe 2. And I will help tag and notify y'all that, yeah, like you could win something, right? We're trying, like, we have a lot of ambassadors. We don't have that many that are involved. We're trying to get ambassadors more involved. One way was trying to incentivize a promotion we did over the past 2 weeks, but we got one person to submit for that. You should have gotten an email. I'd be curious about why you didn't. Maybe search your spam folder, etc. Like, look at your Git Kraken stuff. It should have been around maybe a week and a half to 2 weeks ago. But if that's a problem we have as far as like deliverability, that's also something I can boil back up. I should have tagged everyone in the Slack channel. That's my bad. I thought I did and I didn't. And then other shit came up. So feel free to blame me. You found it? You found the email? Right? Like, I feel like we sent it to everyone, but we sent so many emails that it's easy to ignore them, right? No. It's not just your bad. It's our bad too. We send too many emails. That's something we're dealing with internally that I think we need to figure out. It's not your fault. But yeah, I do want to think about like maybe we extend the giveaway. Anyway, get a good night's sleep. I'll see you again soon. Yeah, no worries, man. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. I feel like you're the first ambassador I've seen here in chat. Besides Kevin, right? Kevin's a rock star. Besides Frank, I knew Frank before Git Kraken, right? You might be the very first one I've seen show up in chat that I didn't know otherwise. Yeah, Kevin's everywhere. He's the man. Yeah. Don't worry about comparing yourself as an ambassador to Kevin. Like, that dude puts in so much effort, and deservedly so. He kills it. He's awesome. But we want to try and incentivize all the rest of you ambassadors, for sure. And I think this giveaway was smart, but like, you know, it was easy to miss the email. Should I have tagged people, you know? Like, I probably dropped the ball. So I will own that one. That's my fault. I simply think if we extend it another 2 weeks, can we make it better? I think so. But have a good night. We'll see you soon. Yeah. Cheers. Dude, thank you so much for hanging out, though. That's awesome. I'd be curious, how'd you find out about my stream? But if you need to get sleep, we can chat about it another time. Yeah, have a good night, man. Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow. It's fine. Later. So Torre and Proton. Y'all are chatting about Parkinson stuff. Yeah, that stuff's gnarly, man. Yep, no, I totally get it. I just want to make sure I'm not ignoring anyone else while I was purely focusing on chatting with Carpool Sama. Yeah, aleatory. Like, no, I think random user. Okay. It's French. All right. I would say I don't think you overstepped your bounds. I think you just simply said something, and Proton may have already heard a bunch of it. Who knows? But I think, yeah, like the comments were fine. I don't think you overstepped any bounds. That's up to Proton to say if you did, but I don't think you did because their statements seemed good enough to. So yeah, appreciate you. Random user. So the user part is like utilisator. Man, that's a lot of syllables to say the word user. No, and I get it, Proton. Yeah. That's what I was understanding from it as well. You know, it's a lot harder to get like a firm, like exact value from that kind of thing. I think that's the tougher part, right? Like because your tolerance can up so quickly, there's something just less pharmaceutical about marijuana, you know? Like only if it's legal where you're at. Don't do anything illegal. But even with it being legal, like your dosage will change over time just simply due to your body adjusting because you adjust so quickly. So it's less of something that's easily prescribed for anything like that. It does get used to medicine, but not the exact same way. Like your tolerance to marijuana rapidly increases, whereas your tolerance to other things is not so set in stone or is not so variable. Right? Your tolerance to fucking blood pressure medication doesn't increase at the same rate that your tolerance to marijuana does, you know? That's the main difference I was just trying to point out. When I was a snowboard bum, I smoked weed every day. I had friends that grew weed. I would smoke way too much weed per day, and it wouldn't even do that much. Nowadays, oh man. Dude, I take one bong toke when I'm sipping on whiskey and to the moon. Like, oh my God, I am way too baked. I was in Seattle at one point, hanging out, drinking, chilling, and I decided to smoke some weed walking back to my car. I walked back to where I parked a couple days previous and was like, where the fuck's my car? And I thought it got stolen. No, that's where I parked just 2 days earlier. My car was actually just right where I left it that night. But I got way too baked. You know, like, your tolerance for weed can increase and decrease within a couple weeks of each other in such a drastic way that it's really hard to prescribe as something that someone should do, you know? It was literally a dude, where's my car situation. Especially because I got to the spot where I had parked just 2 days earlier, and I saw a bunch of broken glass on the fucking ground. And I was like, really? Someone stole my 1995 Subaru? Who would do that? What the fuck, man? Dude, it was so gnarly. It was so fucking gnarly. Like, who the fuck steals a 1995 Subaru? Damn, you know what? They probably needed it more than I did. Shit. That person's starving. All right, I get it. I accepted my fate at that point. I called it in. Here's the thing, smoking weed, you're normally pretty okay to drive. Luckily, though, RD1, I sat there. I called it in like my car's not where I parked it kind of thing, and I wasted a good half hour before I was like, I was totally fine. It wasn't the whiskey, it was the weed. By the time Stoner Me was like, well, hold on, let me just walk up the road. Oh, yeah, there's my car. I could see it from like 3 blocks away because there was no other cars on the fucking road, like parked between me. Yeah, no, you're right. I kind of needed that time after smoking that joint. You're not wrong. But how many major car wrecks do stoners cause versus like people who are way too drunk? The problem was the weed, not the whiskey. If it had just been the whiskey, totally fine. Would have been good. I do keep a mini breathalyzer in my vehicle just to make sure. Yeah, Ty Sweezy, right? Like, dude, you don't even have to be drunk or on weed or whatever, right? You can just be in the wrong mindset and be like, dude, I parked right here. What the fuck? Where's my car, dude? And then the moment hits you and you realize, oh, wait, no, I'm like a block or two away. Shit. Oh, yeah. Like RD1, like, oh, man. Yeah. The moment I was like, where the fuck's my car? Dude, I easily, like, cut half of my weed high away, like, immediately. Like, dude, okay, I am way less high than I wanted to be right now. Where's my fucking car, dude? Could you imagine if I had just waited for the cops to show up? Luckily, it was Seattle at like 2 a.m. No, the cops aren't showing up till 5 a.m. So, no, we're good. Luckily, no, the cops weren't showing up for hours. So we're good. It's either a good or a bad thing. I don't know if you guys know this. If you're in Seattle and it's not a violent crime happening, the cops aren't showing up for 3 hours. It's not happening. It's just not happening. I did not, but this is over a month ago at this point, so I think we're good. I think we're good. Anyway, let's get back to what we're doing here. So as far as the set token stuff goes, yeah, if we are persisted, we set it to local storage. What I think I might want to do is allow this to be injected at the app config level too. Persisted token key. Yep. All right, hold on. One thing I want to check real quick. I forgot when this shit is. 60 days. So that's like August 4th or something. August something or other. August 2nd. Oh, it's like, oh shit. Wait, are there really literally 60 days between now and August? Is June a 30-day month? And is July also just a 30-day month? Hold on. There's like a nursery rhyme for like the 31-day months. And then like February's, July is 31? Okay. But June is 30, right? Huh. Okay. Yeah, 30 days. Dude, I was literally thinking of the nursery rhyme. 30 days has September, April, June, and November. And then every other month has 31 besides February, that's 28, right? Okay. All right. See, I think we should go back to like olden times where every month was just 30 and then you had 5 days of partying. Was that like the Romans or something? Like, yeah, what culture had that? Because we should go to that. We should totally just do that. 5 days of nobody works and we all just party and drink and hang out. I can get behind that. I can totally get behind that. I read something about that on Reddit within the past whatever. That'd be amazing. Every month, just 30 days. It's so easy. And then 5 days of fucking partying. That'd be really nice, wouldn't it? Oh, that'd be so nice. No one throws block parties anymore? Ooh, wait, Mixed Nuts. They do. Capitol Hill does one. I believe San Diego has one, like in the Gaslamp district, so it's a bit meh, like it's touristy. There are some block parties, but yeah, maybe not as big as like before COVID, right? Like that movie Stir of Echoes. They had like a full-on just block party for just that block. Like it wasn't anything big or special. It was just fucking neighborhood bullshit, right? Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, yeah, the neighborhood bullshit parties don't happen. Now people just wait for someone else to throw a block party, you know? Hmm. Yeah, there's like annual block parties. Uh, Duty. Dowdy. Sorry, we can make it fancy, right? Doesn't have to be gross. You wouldn't meet your coding deadlines anyway? Ooh, I mean, I love deadlines. I especially love the whooshing sound they make as they go by. Damn right, Sokolo. That's some Douglas Adams for sure. That's Hitchhiker's Guide, I believe. I think that's Ford Prefect talking about deadlines. I could be wrong, and it could be. That could be from Dirk Gently? I think it's. I'm pretty sure that's Ford Prefect, though. I love deadlines. I especially love the whooshing sound they make as they go by. And then, yeah, hold on. Yeah, 1 second. Let me add you to the regulars, because, yeah, you're not spamming us. We only have, like, the non-link privileges to prevent, like, the random spammers. So, 1 second. I can read your comment. So, don't I know that thing to remember about month's duration? No. You're commenting something from like some French economist, something or other? Like, no, I don't remember that at all. Damn right, Jam Jason. No, I don't remember that whatsoever. That's how you guys learned it at school? That just raised more questions for me. Like, that didn't answer anything. Nope, that just gave me more questions. Yeah, no, I didn't get it either there, Kenny. Don't worry about it. You're fine. So, Dowdy, you just got laid off from a big tech, and here you are on Twitch seeing what you've been missing. The story points got you. Yeah, I get that, Dowdy. Story points are important. Now, normally you overestimate the points. Yeah, do you think you can get it done in 2 days? Yeah, it's a 5 story point problem, you know? Normally you're on a team that won't allow tickets to be greater than 5 story points. Is that story 13 story points? Well, yeah, we gotta break it up. Gotta break it up. 8? Ooh, I don't know a single team that's allowed an 8-pointer. Break it up. If you are aggressively applying like feature flags, then you can actually get a bunch of shit merged that just isn't public yet. And that's fine. And you can really break stuff up better. No, I get it, Dowdy. Yeah. Like, I don't know, man. I know you're having fun. Maybe you're not trying to discuss this from a critical standpoint. You just wanted to make a comment. I get that. That's fine. But I do think, yeah, if there was a pushback on story points, there needs to be a better way to break them up, and there needs to be like a process for actually launching these things to a customer versus just getting something merged, you know? The hand methods. I mean, hand jobs are something that you typically don't story point for. That's something you and your senior work out outside of work. Sorry, bad joke. My bad. My bad. The hands for the months thing, like oh no, you're talking about like yeah, like the months on the knuckles. I get it, I get it. Totally separate from the hand jobs thing. My bad. Come on, that was a good fun joke, wasn't it? Come on. That was a good joke. Yeah, Ty Sweezy. Right? Like, yeah, like there's the amount of hours it takes to put in, but then there's also like the pull request that you got to get your senior to approve. And that's 3 hand jobs away for sure. How many pull requests do they have to approve? It's at least that many hand jobs. Sometimes it's multiple per PR. But no, I get it. Dowdy, yeah, no, like, dude, being jobless is not necessarily the thing that you should judge yourself by. Granted, when you apply for your next job, they're going to ask about the gap in your resume. That's always the annoying part. But you can basically say anything you want. I was trying to launch my own business. That's a valid concern. Oh, you realize you weren't that great at it. Well, yeah, like that's a valid concern. Most software devs are actually not good business people. So that's fine, man. No big deal. But yeah, anyone out here, I plan on going to Big Sky DevCon. I didn't get a talk submitted, but I just kind of want to go hang out anyway. It is going to suck to get there, though, because they're not on any major train line. I think I can fly there. I just thought, like, I could take a train there, but no, I can't take a train to Big Sky. So yeah, instead I gotta fly there. Dowdy, you want to blame it on formatting concerns? Well, yeah, that's on you. That's totally up to you, man. I would just simply say good luck with that. But in the meantime, yeah, we're at 5:10 p.m. I still got time in me. I think we are working on the abstraction for like setting this token. What we really need to do is set like we need to create an event bus for some of this stuff so we can use the event bus to trigger React style like use effect BS. And that part's a little tougher. Like I got to think about that part. Like all this is tougher. But you know what? I got to pee. This one's for code spent.
Saddle up, partner.
Now, I need to be using this scene more because it's just too accurate. All right, it's just too accurate. And I'm back. All right, so yeah, we're here chilling. You know something I'm really curious about? How did that Get Kraken ambassador find this Twitch stream? I know, it really did make a nice sound, for sure. Yeah, how did that ambassador find the stream? Because I don't publicize it that heavy at work, etc. And if they're here on Twitch that much, how didn't they find me sooner? I don't know, man. Doesn't matter, though. Not a big deal. What happened? Nothing special. We had an ambassador from GitKraken show up here and stream, and I'm not even sure they knew I was the GitKraken person that they've been chatting with. Which makes it even, like, funnier when they showed a thing and I recognized their name and I was like, oh, you're an ambassador, huh? There was something a little serendipitous about it that I don't think was intended by either party. Which is just even cooler, isn't it? No, not even a coworker. No. So I work at GitKraken. I'm the developer advocate. And yes, communicating with our ambassadors is a thing, but they're not employees. They're just people that like our product that we communicate with, that we show them new stuff and things like that. Yeah, it's actually really awesome that we were able to connect that way and they didn't even know. I don't even think they knew. Interesting. Oh, even more interesting. Yeah, I just saw some random stuff. Whoa there. Already won. Yeah, the ambassador page will shout out. I have no idea what that snippet is there. But yeah, we'll shout it out. Like, it's actually a cool thing. If you use GitKraken and you're a fan and you want to help support it, I mean, already won. Yeah, I'll give you permissions to give links. I don't know if you need to leave that one. But yeah, you're not spamming. Yeah, appreciate you for sharing that. If you actually use GitKraken, GitLens, or any of other products, this is the ambassador page we're talking about. Yeah, I'm just not sure what the link, like, other junk you had on. Maybe that was just from, like, was that a Google thing? Like, I don't know, right? The query parameters, right? The query string, not necessary. But yeah, this is the ambassador program that I'm currently talking about. Yeah, for sure. If you use GitKraken and you want to help promote it and support it and let other people know about cool shit coming down the pipeline, feel free to apply. Yeah, no worries, already won. Yeah, no, it was just some bullshit like Google thing. Yeah, no stress, no stress. Yeah, if you use GitKraken, GitLens, or other things in a major way, and you want to make some content like blog posts or other things, like, yes, please apply. If you're not trying to like do any content, I mean, no offense to the other ambassadors we have, but we have enough freeloaders. I would push back and say we should not cut anyone off because people that have been ambassadors deserve to continue to be so. But we're looking for people actually trying to put in work at this point, you know? I would push back on anyone at the company saying we need to cut people off. No. It's so cheap for us to continue like giving a license to people that have put in the effort. But if you're willing to put in the effort, we can bring you on as a new person, but we do want some effort. That's all. I will happily advocate for the people that aren't putting in that much effort because they've probably done so in the past. Yeah, we get value. Is that it? Is this link the apply now button? Is that gross ass link? Yeah, what page do you mean? The main page. And then we scroll to the bottom. Is this the one? On the community part. Like down here? This part. So you're saying when you copied this link, copy link address. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know what would have caused that extra junk because to me it looks pretty bare. Yeah, I don't know, RD1. Yeah, not sure. Yeah, don't feel bad about it. Like it's not a big deal. Like, yeah, no stress. Space Case. Yeah, no worries, man. I think we're out of socks, but did you not receive anything last year? As a champion, you're technically part of a different program. But we should start involving champions into the same, like, ambassador reach out stuff. Yeah. But yeah, no, you raise a good point. We should be bringing champions into the ambassador program. There's technically a separate goal. Like, as a champion, you have goals for swag that you can get to where, like, you could get a hoodie that I can't even get, you know? I would say technically as a champion, that typically means that you're at a company and you're in a place to like shill our stuff within the company. Whereas ambassadors are more about like content. But I think you're still at a point where you can like shill our stuff if you want. Like, up to you. Yeah, I'm not saying you have to. I'm saying if you see a value, right? Dude, I would be the first to push back. Like, don't shill it just for the sake of shilling it. Shill it because you see a value. And you think there's value that your team would have too. If that's the case, please do so. If not, nah, man, don't push something that doesn't actually solve a problem. No, and I get that. I totally get that part. But again, like, treat it from like the perspective of the company. Would they see value? That is so much more important. Like, dude, I would rather have someone not use our product than someone use our product and be bummed on it, you know? Because if they're bummed, they'll never use it again. But if it does solve a problem, then we're good to go. Like, yeah, we're solving a problem. Are they actually on personal licenses? Dude, if they're on personal licenses, they should totally like push back and get the company to pay for that shit. And if you want to book a call to like train up the company and the team and like managers, etc., like just let me know. Yeah, we could set that up real easy. I'm not saying push it. I'm saying when the time is right, let me know. Right? You're brand new at the company. Take your time. No pressure. But if everyone's paying for GitLens Pro already, oh, dude, it's like a no-brainer to get the company to cover that shit. And we'll even book like a training session if you guys want. Like if we get enough people involved, we'll totally book like a one-off like, hey, you're using GitLens, but what about this other stuff? Check it out. Like we'll do one of those calls. No problem. Like no questions asked. That goes for anyone watching. Like, if you're at a company where a bunch of your team is using some shit from GitKraken, like GitKraken Desktop or GitLens or whatever, if you want to consolidate that to let the company pay for that instead of your fucking engineers, dude, like, yeah, we will happily book calls and do all that bullshit too. Like, dude, it's a no-brainer. Like, 100%. If you do end up doing so, let them know I sent you. Or don't. I don't get paid more or less based upon who I refer. I get paid to be a legitimate developer that is hyping this shit. That's it. I think there is value. I'm not going to tell you that you should use it for everything. Like, nah, man. How often do you see me using Gitkraken for solo developer workflows? I don't, because I don't think Gitkraken is good for single developer workflows. I think it's really good for team shit. And if you want to, like, schedule calls with the company, I will happily give a workshop to your team about what you could do better and all that shit. But I'm not going to, like, sell people on solo developer workflows. Like, fuck no, dude. You can do anything you want. You're solo. Like, who cares? If you're on a team, I think we offer major value. If you're a solo dev, nah, man, I'm not going to try and sell you on the product. What you see me do here live on stream, there is very little I benefit from Gitkraken. And I think the company's okay with that. As a solo dev, there is just very little I gain from our tools. And selling solo devs is not a major part of our business. Like, sure, there are solo devs that pay for our product, absolutely. And we don't want to alienate those people, but man, it's so hard to convince a solo dev that doesn't use our products to use it, and the gain we get from it is very low. Whereas if you're a solo dev and you're already using our shit, well then, yeah, you're already sold. Like, I don't need to sell to you. Like, dude, yeah, you're already sold. The sell is when you're working on a team and you can work better together as a team. That's the sell. That's the thing where it's worth convincing people. So yeah, as a solo dev, fuck it. Use whatever you want. I don't give a shit. I don't fucking care. But if you're working on a team, I do think what we have to offer is kind of nice. And I'm happy to hop on a call. Maybe outside of stream, outside of whiskey, to talk about it. Anytime. Just let me know. Really? Space Case? Okay. Dude, let me just point out, I don't think cloud patches solve any problem I've ever had. If you think they do, all right, man. No, that's something I need to hear because, yeah, I fundamentally disagree with cloud patches and whatever the other part of things are, right? Like code suggest. I don't think those things solve a problem I've ever had. Just raise a fucking PR and deal with it, you know? If you have a use case that solves that, well, yeah, I'm out of the loop. Okay, no, that's huge, man. All right, yeah, Space Case. You're helping me a lot because I don't see the value. It didn't require a PR, but you wanted to share it async without merging it yet. Right? Okay, so that's a different thing compared to like code suggest. But Cloud Patch is for a project that's so small that you don't have a proper CI/CD workflow. You don't have a proper like review workflow. Dude, that makes sense. That's like, dude, you got internal applications all over major enterprise that are that, where like, no, you got the main branch, you got one person working on it, but you at least want to get like someone else involved. Sure. Is it worth making a full-on PR for, or do you just review it and call it good? Okay. Yeah. You know what? I didn't think about that use case. That's kind of nice. Huh. Okay. So yeah, Space Case, I just want to point out, you are calling out value for a thing that I saw zero value for. I don't see personal value on any work project I've ever worked on for Cloud Patches or Code Suggest. The fact that you did, dude, yeah, like, as a developer advocate, I can't see every angle. And man, yeah, you're actually pointing out that I'm missing an angle. I get that. Yeah, touche. I'd probably rather just set up a meeting and peer review that shit together. But I get it. Now, I totally get it. I'm just like, I'm poking at it, you know? Ah, it ate my finger, right? Like, anyone else have that, like, mental model of, like, yeah, I'm building something out. I don't know what the rough edges are. I'm just, like, poking at it. And then sometimes you poke something that, like, eats your finger. Shit! It bit my finger. That's kind of like software dev in general, right? Like, you're building out a feature, you don't know the use cases for it, but you got to just poke at it. You got a bug you got to figure out, and you don't even know how it started, but you're just going to poke at it. Ah! It bit my finger. All right, so I think I'm onto something there. The part where it bit my finger, that's where I should start looking. Am I the only one that has that mental model of debugging? Right? Where it's like you got an alien in a fucking containment room and you're just poking at it? When I get a random bug report, no, it's an alien in a containment room and I'm just poking at it. Oh, it got my finger! Shit. Alright. That's where we gotta go look. Yeah, I think, yeah, for sure. Just hope it doesn't bite too hard. If you lose your entire finger, well, shit. Right? The idea is you think about, like, no, you got a Kevlar glove and it bit your finger and you're still bleeding from it a little bit. That's a harsh bug. Now, there's something to that. Like, having, like, a mental model of how you approach a bug in containment, you know? All right. Anyway, yeah, I do really want to go to Big Sky DevCon. Do I know anyone going to Big Sky DevCon? Dude, third time in 2 months food poisoning? Where the fuck is Aiden by eating? Like, dude. Yeah, dude. Are we sure he's washing his hands after pooping? Fried rice is only good if you refrigerate it properly after the fact. So the key is, no good Nick, how long did it sit out? The worst fucking food poisoning I've ever had was bad rice from a fucking Taco Del Mar in Seattle. Like, I almost pooped my pants. The worst food poisoning I've ever had was bad rice. They did. It's cool to poop your pants. No, I'm sorry, JLem, you're misunderstanding the it's cool to pee your pants. Pooping your pants is never cool. Don't let Donald Trump make you think otherwise. Just because that dude poops his pants doesn't mean y'all should. Yeah, Billy Madison said only the cool kids pee their pants. That's pee. That's not poop. You ain't cool unless you pee your pants. Yeah. Also, I would push back and say, no, he didn't. He just splashed water. He was just making a kid feel less ostracized. That doesn't mean it's actually cool to pee your pants. But yeah, I will just point out, I fundamentally disagree. I don't think there's anything as safe leftover rice. I've been burned way too many fucking times. I do not eat leftover rice. I just don't do it. If you have a gut that can sustain that, then go for it. But dude, the modern gut cannot sustain leftover rice. If you grow up in an area where leftover rice is a common thing, yes, you've built up a gut biome that can sustain that. If you look, or if you have a skin complexion like mine, you do not have that. I'm going to tell you right now, you do not have that. If you want to chance it, go for it. I hope you like pooping. No, greenish pepper. I mean literally. Rice left at room temperature will breed botulinum toxin. That's not even a joke. I'm not kidding whatsoever. Yeah. Room temperature rice breeds botulinum toxin. Rice is actually one of the most common forms of food poisoning because of that. I'm not kidding whatsoever. Yes. Rice is one of the absolute most easily formed types of food poisoning. Because people think rice is fine if you just leave it out on a countertop for hours on end and then put it in the fridge and then reheat it. No, dude. No. Big no. Because it's not just the bacteria that gets you, it's the shit the bacteria poops out that gets you. It's actually the byproduct of the bacteria that makes you sick. So you can microwave the fuck out of it. It doesn't matter. If the bacteria bred enough, there's enough byproduct of the bacteria that you will get sick. Yeah, almost immediately, then you're good to go. Yeah, that's fine. Leave it out on the counter, you will shit your brains out. I wish I was kidding. I wish I was just making a joke. No, I'm not joking whatsoever. Like, my God. My God, you do not mess around with rice. You just don't do it. Unless you plan on being near a toilet for the next 12 hours. You do not fuck around with rice. All right, BRB, let me go grab another soda. Yeah, working from home, nice and easy. Yeah, like, dude, I can mess up all I want because I work from home. Shit, hold on. I forgot ice. Let me go grab more ice. BRB. Oh, fuck. I just stepped on the edge of my guitar case, or like the guitar stand. It might as well been a Lego. Oh my god, dude. Oh, I stepped on basically a Lego. Oh, that sucks. That was a big ass Lego. Just the corner of my fucking guitar like stand. Oh my god, dude. Oh. Oh, that sucks. Oh, dude. It's okay. I don't need to go for a long walk tomorrow. I can just do like the bike ride. Tomorrow's just a bike ride. I don't have to go walk. Oh man. And yeah, if you don't know, I try and like alternate. I do like a 1.5 to 2 mile walk every other day. In between that, I'm trying to do like a 5 mile bike ride. Keeping in mind that the bike ride's typically like 3 miles. Because I'm slacking, I'm working my way back up to it. But tomorrow's bike ride day, and I don't need to worry about a bruise on the ball of my foot. Like, because, yeah, dude. Oh, the pedal sits in the middle of the foot. So we're good. God, this is going to suck, though. Because I got to go to the airport on Wednesday. So yeah, that's going to suck. But whatever. Could be worse. I totally missed. Whatever. There you go, Code Spent. Do I have a talk on Wednesday? I do have a talk on Wednesday, but I have to fly to Arizona to give it. So yeah, Cinder, I will not be there for a gaming stream with James and Worm. I let them know last week. I'm going to say tomorrow is probably not the right day to do our gaming, but if they want a game on Thursday, I can figure that out. I am giving a talk on Wednesday. It's going to be about building our own MCP. Tomorrow we fucking shave the mustache. Oh, dude, yeah. Fuck this thing, dude. This mustache sucks. It's a bad mustache. It's lived far too long. This mustache does not deserve to have lived as long as it did. Look at the gray hairs in it. Like, dude, even the mustache is too old. It's just a bad mustache. That was the end of that album, though. Let's get another album going. How about that? Does Synthwave belong in a museum? Junior? Junior? So do you! Yeah, damn right. Bart, say the thing. Yeah, exactly. Nailed it. All right, so yeah, the part we're at right now with our code, there's no way I would have gotten here on Saturday because I overdid it. But we can do it today. Yeah, we're doing it. We're chatting. We're doing our thing. Well, am I gonna play Dune when it comes out? Dune's one of those like survival builder kind of games, right? If there's enough people, I could play it. But it's not something I'd play solo. So, Strawberry. Technically, in 2 days, I mean, I'm going to see you over at Git Kraken, right? Have I given you the link? I showed you the link, right? Do I need to re-give you the link? You missed what I said. I was saying that technically, Git Kraken's holding that event at our offices on Wednesday night. You're going to be there, right? If not, no worries. Don't feel pressured. But it'd be a whole lot cooler if you did, because I'm trying to hype it up, you know? But I get it. If you're going to be like heads deep playing the Dune game on Wednesday, all right, touche. That's fine. No stress. There are definitely games I'd miss out on meetups for. GTA 6. Witcher 4. Sure, why not? Just in case. Anyone who lives in the Arizona area. AI and beer? Yeah, there it is. Here's the link. If you are in the Arizona area, it'd be a whole lot cooler if you showed up, but again, don't feel stressed. It's okay. And there you go. Yeah, Strawberry. Like, yeah, WWDC, that's some iOS stuff, and you're like a mobile dev. I get it. It'd be a whole lot cooler if you showed up, but no, it's fine. No, code spent. Like, dude, that's fine. No, by Arizona, I mean literally Arizona. If you're in the Arizona area, you should definitely show up to our event. If not, dude, yeah, like, whatever. Do other stuff. Duh, you're going to do that anyway. But if you're in the Arizona area and you're not going to be there, how dare you? I'm kidding. It's fine. Do whatever you want. Yeah, Nori Sender. Yeah, thank you for chiming in on that. Yeah, I figured this week was a little like short notice. So maybe we don't game this week, but next week we should be pretty good. So maybe Worm is ready next week on Tuesday, and we're good. Like, not tomorrow, but like a week from tomorrow. At least float that one by him. You know, like I floated it by him when we chatted last week. Just, you know, had to point it out. I was not going to be there this week, and I will not be there next week because next week is Seattle JS, right? But I want to try and work around it, and I do want a game with them. All right, hold on. Oh, his birthday is the 16th? I forgot. He's another June Chris. Yeah, mine's the 27th. Oh, shit. Yeah, dude. I keep forgetting that. Oh, my God. So hold on, Cinder. Is there a game he's been looking to play? Is there a thing I could gift him? Like, we should work together on that one? I'm happy to pick like the more expensive one of some game. Like, I don't mind. I don't give a shit. Like, whatever. But we should work it out. Like, what could I give Worm for his birthday? James never lets me know when his birthday is, so yeah, fuck it. That's his fault. But you at least let me know when Worm's is, so I'd love to gift Worm something. Message me, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Yeah, no worries, Cinder. No worries at all. It's fine. Greenish Pepper. What age am I turning in 3 weeks? I am turning 41. Like, over the fucking hill. Like, damn. What's even the point of having a birthday at 41? Like, nah, you're old. Just stop having birthdays when you're over 40 and, like, celebrate, like, the milestones. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm 40 right now. I'll be 41 in June. Like, at the end of this month. Dude, I'm old as shit, man. I spent my entire 20s as a snowboard bum, which I think keeps me looking young, but also my hairline betrays me. My hairline betrays me. But yeah, no, I get it. No worries, Greenish Pepper. I spent my entire 20s as a snowboard bum. There's something about living your entire, like, 20s in, like, a pure state of, like, bliss and hanging out and zero stress that really does make you look a little younger. Now, granted, I'm chubbier than I should be. Ugh. But, you know, whatever. Yes, I'm a 1984 baby. Yep. June 27th, 1984. The world was not ready for a jerk of this caliber. Oh, yeah? She cute? I'm kidding, by the way, Greenish. Like, no. She's almost 40. Like, technically, she's 41. She's married. It's fine. Yeah, no worries. I'm happy for her. Shit. Shit. No, I'm just old. Whatever. You get carded? Oh, that is nice. I went to Arizona recently, and I only got carded once. That shit made me feel bad. Is that a big part of why I'm about to shave the mustache? Maybe. Because I bet if I shave the mustache, I get carded every time. We'll see. We'll find out. It's an experiment. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think the gray in the mustache is already no, he's old enough. Fuck it. It's a really nice compliment to still be carded. For sure. I'm kind of bummed when I don't get carded. How dare they not card me? All right, so yeah, no, we're doing our thing. We're coding some stuff. There you go, Lightspeed. Yeah, man. Relish that moment. Like, it will eventually happen. Eventually, you will be old enough to where you get, like, you don't get carded because, like, fuck it. We know you're old enough. Yeah, exactly, Cinder. Yeah, 100%. Yep, same. I got the same problem. Yeah. Now the mustache has this gray in it, like, yeah, you guys can't unsee that gray. It grows out of a mole. Without that gray, oh, buddy, I'd be set. But nah, this fucking mole, that mole ages me. We'll find out. We'll see. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe after tomorrow, once I shave this entire fucking mustache off, I get carded the exact same. Maybe less. Oof. Well, yeah, that'll eat into my fucking heart. But okay. GS Volt, you should be relishing that. You should be stoked. You look younger than your son. You should brag about that. It seems like you're complaining, but you shouldn't be. That was the best humble brag I've seen in the past year. Good job. Nailed it on the humble brag. Nailed it. Good job. Good job. How's God doing today? Yeah. Oh my God. No, the part we're on is we actually want to start treating the engine as the source of truth. Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, CodeSpent knows. Oh my God. We should be treating like everything as a client side problem that is just simply like a step away from persistence. And we started looking at what appconfig.persisted means towards set token, right? If we are persisting the token, it should be set. And really, that's the default. The key is like, where do we store the token? Is it on the top level? Is it something related to the app we're configuring? Is it related to the repo that we're connecting to? This part's tougher. All right, so what I'm thinking about, yeah. The engine has this stuff, and yeah, token. All right, so we don't have a this dot token. What is really the right way to save this and store it for later? I really don't like what this ended up doing with the comma there. Like, that's actually broken. But yeah, like, this dot token doesn't exist in the context that we're looking at. Where do I actually want to put the token to get it later? It really kind of is on the engine. But hold on, let me go pee. Where would y'all want to put the token? Like, what is the best place for it? Like, the engine doesn't make sense even. Like, it's an adapter problem. Like, the token is adapter specific, right? No, fallen. No, cookies are the wrong abstraction because this application should be able to live within like a GitHub like pages repo. So, fuck no. Nope, cookies are the wrong abstraction. Like, fallen, you misunderstand the application whatsoever. But let me go pee. I'll be right back. I don't know. I'm not sure. Ooh, buddy. Yeah, see, we weren't even gone long enough to go out to the peeing screen. So I think we're good. Dude, Fallen, I think you are buying into way too much fucking propaganda about the security of local storage. I would have thought you've been here long enough to hear my rants about that stuff. Really, Fallen? Like you haven't heard my rant? No, so Fallen, no, it's fine, but I challenge you. No, nah, we're there. We're having this argument now. Fuck it. What is it that a secured cookie has over local storage? Greenish Pepper and Fallen. This is on YouTube. Name a use case where a cookie is more vulnerable than local storage. Editability. Now you are involved there, Greenish. Come on. You're definitely involved. Just own up to it. It's okay. It's Fallen mainly, but Greenish, you're doubting it too. You can help Fallen figure this out together. Editability. Why is editability a concern? I don't know. Didn't you just say something, Greenish? Didn't you just say something? Well, yeah, like, come on. Yeah, you wanted to know my opinion. That means you are part of the doubting to understand more. That's okay if you're not fully doubting for other reasons, but you are doubting simply to know more. Come on. Own up to the fact that you're doubting. It's okay. I'm not saying how dare you. I'm saying that there's at least two of you that need to understand the use case and the concerns. So Greenish, like, come on, man. At least have an opinion strong enough to back up. Whatever. Greenish, you doubted enough. Just fucking be okay with playing devil's advocate against the opinion that I have, right? Because you already did that part. But Fallen, I'm really curious. What is the security that you're losing by storing something in local storage? If Greenish doesn't want to actually be a part of it, yeah, they're a coward. But they still want to know. Yes, Greenish, that makes you just a coward. You can't even back up your doubts. Like, come on, man. Lack of encryption by default. What does the encryption give you? What would encryption benefit you from a thing that only your browser has access to? Dude, Greenish Pepper. Like, whatever, man. Greenish Pepper, you're actually making this way more effort than it needs to be. It's okay to have the doubts. It's actually way worse to say you never doubted in the first place when you totally did. Like, dude, all right, you want to bow out because you're too much of a coward? Cool, man. Cool. At least Fallen, I think, is sticking to their guns about whether it's secure or not. You do have doubts because you're curious about the reasoning. If you weren't curious about the reasoning, you wouldn't have doubts. Like, come on, man. Just own up to that shit. I'm not saying it's bad. Just be honest. Yeah, Leaferon. Like, dude, Fallen hasn't even chimed in. There we go. Fallen finally chimed in. Now, Greenish, if you would like to be removed from the conversation, I get it. That's fine. But, dude. I get it, Greenish. It means you're just a coward. You do have doubts because you want to know more about it. Literally, that means you have doubts because you haven't picked a side, right? You're trying to split hairs about this. If you don't have an opinion, it means you have doubts about both sides. That still means you have doubts. Having no opinion is the same as having doubts about both opinions. It's just weird that you're pushing back so hard. It's okay to have doubts, dude. Like, come on, man. Jesus fucking Christ. Greenish. I don't have a single problem with anyone other than the fact that you seem to have a problem with labels or something. Like, I don't know, man. There's something super weird about your inability to pick a side. And having no side is the same as picking a side at this point. It's just super weird that you're not willing to own up to it. But okay, man. Let me just get more music playing. 1 second. So weird. So literally, you have doubts about both. That's what that means, Greenish. You're not picking one side. It means you have doubts about both. That's literally what you're saying right now. But you pushed back on my definition of that. You have doubts. You have so many doubts that you're not even willing to pick a side. That's like an abundance of doubts. That's literally what I'm saying you are doing. You have doubts. You have doubts on both. That's fine too. Why are you trying to say you don't have doubts? That's the weird part to me, dude. That part's fucking weird. You have doubts. You just said that you have doubts because you can't pick a single side. You doubt both sides. That means literally you have doubts. Whatever, man. I don't know. It's just so weird that you can't admit to that. Like having doubts means something bad. No, dude. It means that you're thinking about the problem. I'm not saying you're picking a side. I'm saying you're not picking a side and you're doubting both sides. Dude, Greenish Pepper, I'm saying you literally have doubts on both sides. That doesn't mean you're picking a single side. It means you have doubts. Literally, that's it. That's where the statement stops. And you're still pushing back on that. You doubt both. That's okay. What's weird is the fact you deny having doubts. That's fucking weird, dude. There you go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You have doubts about both. Could you have just said so? Yes. It's so weird that you pushed back so hard on that statement when that's literally what I was trying to point out 10 minutes ago. Did I gaslight them into saying that? Maybe, but they weren't saying anything else. They were gaslighting us. I don't know, man. It's fucking weird, dude. Did I gaslight them into saying that? Or did I convince them that them having no side means that they doubt both sides? Is there a difference there? By not picking a side, does that mean that you doubt both sides? I think so, right? If you're on the fence, that means that you literally don't believe one or the other. That means you're doubting both sides. Like, I'm so curious, Chronic. What other definition of that is there? which means that you're too dumb to take either side at their word, so you're doubting both sides. Like Leafron. I'm just so confused by this. Like, how is this a fucking argument? If you're not willing to take a side, it means you doubt both. This is why we can't have nice things, because people argue things that they don't even care about arguing. Back to the point I was trying to make. What is vulnerable about local storage that is not vulnerable to something else? It's fine, Greenish. Just drop it, man. Not being convinced is doubting. Literally, not being convinced is doubt. You heard someone say their side, and you are not on that side. That means you are doubting their side. None of this has anything to do with the actual conversation to be had. Some people just got high and mighty about them not buying into one thing, meaning that they are doubting. It's okay. It's 100% fine to doubt stuff. Doubt is important. Like Leafron and everyone else, doubt is okay. Like, where was doubt ever demonized? It's okay to doubt things. Let's just chat. And you guys are like getting hung up on the definition of doubt rather than talking about the thing that we should be talking about. That's the fucking problem. It's okay to doubt. Don't argue about the definition of doubt. You're doubting. It's okay. It's fine to doubt stuff. Let's actually have the conversation. If you're already defensive about being a doubter of a thing, you'll never actually have the conversation that needs to be had. Just admit to being a doubter. You doubt both sides, and that's fine. Just admit it. Exactly. I don't want to drop the subject. I wanted to drop the doubt about doubt. But you're the one that perpetuated it with a fucking paragraph, didn't you? Dude. Are you kidding me? You can't say, how dare I didn't drop it 3 minutes later. Like, come on, man. You're the one that gave us an entire fucking paragraph to discuss. And then 3 minutes later, why didn't I drop it? Because you're the one that posted an entire fucking paragraph about it. If you agreed with dropping it, the paragraph shouldn't have been posted, right? So don't get upset at me when I engage the paragraph you post. I am upset. I'm upset at the fact that you said drop it, like I said I was dropping it, but you're the one that posted something within the past 3 minutes, understanding that there is a lag between stream. Don't get on my case about not dropping it when you're the one that posted a fucking paragraph about it, dude. You could have followed up immediately when I started responding to it, saying, all right, you know what? I get it. But you didn't. You didn't. The only follow-up you had is, well, why am I still talking about a thing that you posted a paragraph about? Like, dude, greenish pepper. That's not a good way to have a conversation. I get that there's a lag here on stream. When you post a paragraph, and then I respond to that paragraph, and then your next follow-up question is, I thought you wanted to drop it. Dude, fuck you. All right? Because you didn't have anything in between your paragraph and your passive-aggressive, I thought you wanted to drop it comment, right? That's fucking rude and not very cool of you. Could you own any part of those 3 to 5 minutes in between those statements? Yes. I know you're not upset. I'm upset. And here you go again, leaving entire minutes when I know our chat delay is only 30 seconds, right? Could you own any part of the misunderstanding? You could. Yeah, Greenish, I'm really not stoked on you right now. Meanwhile, like, you didn't even start the conversation. I get it, Greenish Pepper. Totally understand. Totally makes sense. But in general, When you post a paragraph, you're expecting a reply. Don't try and gaslight someone into pretending that you didn't care when you're the one that posted a paragraph that necessitated a response. Right? That's the part I'm most upset about right now. You posted 3 sentences of stuff that necessitated a response. And then you called me out for responding to that. Like, that's just fucking rude. Okay? I know you're apologizing, and I appreciate that, but I'm letting everyone else know. It's just fucking rude. Anyone that would even be inclined to do something similar, that's just fucking rude. If you want to have a conversation, let's have a conversation. If you want to post 3 sentences of some shit, you're going to get a response. Don't gaslight me by saying, why are you responding to the thing I posted 3 sentences about? That's just fucking rude. All right, so who here is actually still concerned with local storage versus cookies? Because I don't even remember who even posed that question at this point. Because Greenish Pepper monopolized it with their rude comments. And Greenish Pepper, come on. I think we already agreed your comments were fucking rude. Because you didn't even care enough to chill. Dude, Greenish Pepper, come on, man. JWT is fine, depending on the context. Who even started this conversation about that shit, though? All right, so J Lem asked. Right? Is that it? Like, it's just so much shit to scroll through right now to figure it out. Because I had to educate one person on how to have a conversation on stream. All right, so Fallen Learns made the comment about HTTP only. I found it. We got there. Greenish Pepper, we would have been fine if you just didn't say anything, you know? You'd have been totally fine. You would have actually learned something if you didn't chime in. So yeah, Fallen Learns made the comment, and then, from what I'm seeing, JLem also has a comment too. All right, so I think we're good. So from here, we can actually restart the conversation. What is the loss of storing something in local storage versus a cookie? What is the benefit? What exact mechanism of compromise would make a local storage token be a bad thing? Like, how could you compromise someone else's local storage token? Let's think about that from the top level. How could you exploit a local storage token? Malicious JS via XSS injection. All right. So, malicious JavaScript via cross-site scripting. That would mean, at least in one case, that you're allowing user input to be evaluated on a page that other users see, correct? Am I understanding, like, the point that you're making there, Chronic? Or do you mean XSS via some other mechanism? Chronic, I'm looking specifically to you to chime in. What type of XSS would happen? Ooh, code spent. So browser extension is separate. Let's treat browser extension as like an extra thing first. What malicious JS via XSS would Chronic have in their application? Yeah, G-Bone. I think you're hitting on the same exact thing I'm about to like make a point about. We're really trying to get one person who chimed in about a possible vulnerability to understand the vulnerability that they're pointing out. So Chronic, literally, what kind of XSS are you talking about? So Chronic, I'm pointing out, like, did you just copy and paste that from like ChatGPT or something? Because, dude, that's bullshit. What specific type of XSS vulnerability are you talking about? Like, be specific. What in your application would expose a user to cross-site scripting? This is important. We need to really think about these use cases, because spamming bullshit from ChatGPT isn't going to help us. Think critically. What exactly in your application would expose a user to cross-site scripting? So not sanitizing user input and displaying it on a page for another viewer to see. There you go. All right. What prevents a user from doing that for a cookie auth versus local storage auth? Wouldn't it be the same fucking problem? If you're exposing cross-site scripting to a user, why does the auth mechanism matter? If it's local storage versus a cookie, right? The cross-site scripting vulnerability could get the token from local storage, but it could also make a request on the user's behalf anyway. Again, Chronic, I feel like you're copying and pasting stuff rather than thinking critically. If I am exposing cross-site scripting, what prevents me from doing something that makes the user make a request on their behalf using that cookie versus just reading their local storage token? What is the difference there? So Gbone, you're still missing it. If I write some scripting that has access to what other users have for authentication, if it has access to their local storage, it also has access to their fucking session. So it can make a request on their behalf too. Right? So cross-site scripting is the actual baseline vulnerability. Fallen, I think you're missing it. HTTP only auth. Nothing prevents cross-site scripting from making a request on behalf of the user. Right? So cross-site scripting is the vulnerability, not local storage, not the cookie. Either one is compromised the moment you have XSS. Right? If I have a bad XSS vulnerability, it can make a request for me, or it can read my token. Either one, I'm still vulnerable, right? So the issue is XSS, not how I stored my session auth. If XSS is available, it can make a request for me, or it can read my token. Either one is still the exact same vulnerability of being XSS vulnerable. Right? That's the point I was trying to make the entire time. Fallen. XSS is the vulnerability. How you're storing your token and how you're storing your auth doesn't fucking matter. You're still vulnerable to XSS. That's the entire thing I'm pushing back on, right? People cargo cult against local storage when the problem is XSS. Not how you're storing a token, not how you're doing your auth. To the same degree. Well, what if a bad dependency makes it in? It's still the exact same fucking problem. A bad dependency is able to make a request on your behalf, whether it's in local storage or whether it's a cookie. The bad dependency can make a request on your behalf using the same exact fucking mechanism of an HTTP request. Right? So supply chain vulnerability. No. Local storage versus cookie. Not your problem. It's a supply chain vulnerability, right? The fanboys of one versus the other will point out that, like, oh, like, let me just put it this way. Ryan Florence is a fanboy for fucking cookies. He's a massive fucking fanboy. What if my best friend Michael Jackson, who runs Unpackage, decided to inject some payload when you're fetching something in production from Unpackage to your, like, web application? Like, dude, there are so many layers of shit gone wrong for that to be a problem. Number one, you shouldn't be using Unpackage in production. Fuck that. Like, dude, no, you're already fucking up. Right? Because you have zero supply chain, like, control. Number two, if Michael Jackson cares enough about your application, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. He can inject a vulnerability that makes a request on your behalf anyway, because your browser has that secure token, that secure cookie that no one can touch, but it's still, like, when you make a request to that API, it's using your cookie. Right? The call was already coming from inside the house. So the cookie versus local storage people are bullshit artists. They are fucking liars. They're charlatans. Because they just want to shill the one thing they care about rather than understanding where the problem comes from. The problem comes from an underlying vulnerability. That's it. Like, that's totally just it. Dude, it comes up every week or two. Like, we talked about this last week. It comes up every fucking week because there are charlatans in the fucking community that will have you believe that one's worse than the other. No. You know what the problem is? The vulnerability that you already had. It doesn't matter the storage mechanism. Who gives a shit? You're still fucking vulnerable. XSS is the problem. Supply chain is the problem. Local storage versus cookie? That's not the fucking problem. Nah, you're right, Krasner. We talk about this shit every fucking week, dude. It comes up every single fucking week. It does. It really does. And yes, I need to make a video about it. But in general, if you're vulnerable to one, you're vulnerable to the other too. Because the mechanism of vulnerability is not the storage mechanism. And this is really exactly what I was trying to talk about. No, it's fine, Jalen. And it's fine, Greenish. I hope you're still out there, Greenish. I just wish we could have gotten to this part of things before it got harsh the other way. Thank you, Greenish. I really do appreciate you. Like, thank you for bearing with me. I know I was harsher than I should have been. I do that. I do that. I do it for effect. I think you'll probably never forget this, right? Yes, does that make me an asshole? A little bit, because I do use tone for effect. That does make me a little bit, or more of a bit, of a jerk. But I believe, Greenish, you'll never forget this now, right? I think there's value there. I do apologize that, yes, you were a little thrown under the bus, especially because it wasn't the point I was trying to make, you know? That entire, argument we had, we didn't even need. We could have argued about this other shit, and it would have been way more important. All right? About intention and doubt and all that bullshit. Yeah, dude, the doubt argument, dude, so much less relevant. Instead, this XSS conversation was so much more valuable. Yeah. And I get it. Yes, I am a jerk for effect more than I should be. That's on me. I apologize. I will apologize as much as I need to. Because I'm okay with being a jerk. Oh, I'm totally a jerk. And every once in a while, I'm wrong too. I'm wrong all the time. But man, in this conversation, in this exact context, God, yeah, I just really push back on the whole XSS and supply chain shit because it's the same vulnerability no matter how you store the token. If it's a fucking cookie that no one can read from JavaScript, that's fine. You can still make a request on their behalf. No, we're good. Again, Greenish, I believe you maybe didn't specifically apologize, but you were nice enough about it that, yeah, I accepted it as an apology. I think you did say sorry at one point. I don't know if you fully needed to, but I think it was on both of us to meet halfway. And I think we did. Otherwise, hold on. Do we got a problem again? I'm kidding. I'm just having fun. No, you're good. You're good. I know I was harsher. I just think it was just super fucking weird to think that you weren't doubting. Because you had doubts. Defining how you have doubts and splitting those hairs, I don't think was worth either of our time. Right? That was the big part I was pushing back on. You had doubts. You had doubts on both sides, though. But it's still doubts, you know? Right? Like, come on. Come on. I think the healthiest way to behave is actually to have doubts on both sides. I was actually going to, like, big up you for having doubts on both sides, but then you got me into, like, the semantics of things. Doubts are healthy. Doubts are human, right? Have doubts. Especially have doubts on both sides. Sorry. I spilt the whiskey. No, I totally saw that part too, Greenish. I 100% agree. My biggest point is, don't necessarily get defensive when someone says you have doubts. Having doubts is human, and it's important, and it's something every single human being needs. Right? The fact that you were doubting both sides is actually the healthiest fucking opinion you can have. You know? I think doubting both sides is the healthiest opinion you can have about anything. You know, let their arguments speak for themselves. Don't believe something just cause, you know. But anyway, right? This is starting to get like a little political. I'm not trying to do that, but yeah, right? So Greenish, appreciate you. Thank you. I apologize for the harshness of my rhetoric. I think that's the exact right way to phrase that. Because I believe what I was saying. But I was kind of a dick about it, right? But also, that same comment goes towards cookies versus local storage. Yes, I do apologize for the harshness of my rhetoric about those things, but I do believe what I believe. So if you agree or disagree or prefer one or the other, like, do what you want, but just don't pretend that you're, like, saving yourself from the vulnerabilities of the other. Because whether you prefer cookies or local storage, you're still vulnerable to XSS. You're still vulnerable to every other thing that would actually compromise the other thing, you know? Like, don't think that because you're doing one or the other that you're magically safe. No, your application is still fucking vulnerable to the exact same mechanisms of security, right? And I just think that's something that a lot of the people who have some vested interest in these things do not acknowledge. Like, Ryan Florence has never acknowledged the fact that Michael Jackson, man in the middling some dependency, doesn't compromise both sides. No, he uses it as an excuse to say local storage sucks. But he doesn't acknowledge the fact that it's still the same fucking problem with cookies. If XSS is the issue, how do you protect yourself from that? You scrub every single thing a user submits. You don't allow raw user rendering of any content. You scrub the fuck out of that shit. Right? In general, you just don't allow users to submit content that other users see unscrubbed. And then bam, your problem solved, right? You're good to go. It's actually really fucking simple. Like, how many people here have applications where users see what other users submit? Like, raw, directly, with no scrubbing in between. Doesn't happen, man. Doesn't happen at all. Someone's going to submit like a title and a description for something. Yeah, you're going to fucking HTML entity escape every single fucking thing they've done. And then who cares? Whatever, man. Then it's just text content. You're not doing dangerously set inner HTML. No, you don't do that. Like, you basically never do that. There's a reason React qualifies that insertion of user data specifically that way. Dangerously set inner HTML. You should not be doing that unless you really, 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 really know that you should be doing that. So what do I mean by scrub? Every single user input should be scrubbed by doing HTML entities. Those same HTML entities are turned into like %20 or whatever like happens in the URL, etc. as an example, right? Every caret is turned into an HTML entity instead of the raw caret. The moment you've done that, when you go and put it out to someone else who's rendering that, it renders as the characters rather than the literal HTML elements, right? Because you've escaped it, right? You've scrubbed it. You've turned it into a thing that can't possibly be turned back into malicious payloads. When you think about it, mainly recognize that eBay was vulnerable to malicious JavaScript for like a decade. Because they would scrub the JavaScript that you'd put into your like listing, but they would allow some JavaScript still. Which meant that technically they were vulnerable to what was it? JS fuck, right? JS fuck uses 6 actual like string characters, which is square brackets, I think curly brackets, and like 2 other things. But using those 6 characters, you can actually represent the entirety of all source code whatsoever. If you never heard of JS fuck, eBay was vulnerable to this for like a decade. Right? This right here, this entire giant fucking string is alert 1. Because all these letters can be represented from some weird-ass combination of using an array, and then maybe the first character from the string representation from the word array, that would be the A, and then it's just all sorts of other shenanigans from there to create what is evaluatable as legitimate JavaScript. If we run it, boom, alert 1. Even though it's encoded to this bullshit that some random fucking, you know, right? Like eBay could totally say like, you know what? Yeah, all these are protected characters. Do with it what you will. Like, we know that you're not trying to do something crazy, but they don't, because you can compose source code from other source code and you're fucking vulnerable. So eBay's fix, don't allow any fucking scripting. That's actually the fix. Yeah, no scripting in fucking page profiles. No scripting in, like, item profiles. Now, too bad. People ruined it. Because you can't actually protect against shit. People, like, will create something better. All these fucking characters to create an alert 1? Yeah, totally. But no fucking amount of scrubbing JavaScript code will prevent what you see right here. It's impossible. You can't have valid JavaScript code without allowing all this shit. It's impossible. It's not fucking possible. Good luck. You're not going to do it. So at this point, right, you prevent cross-site scripting by just not allowing users to submit code that would be evaluated in any way whatsoever. Problem solved. You don't allow users to submit HTML strings. You don't allow users to submit JavaScript strings or CSS or any of that shit. And then you're good to go. Then it's just pure text, and you render it as only pure text. Problem solved. Someone enters, you know, caret div foo div, right? Yeah, you only allow that to be a string of HTML entities. You don't allow it to be actual text. And then you're safe. The only way you would allow a user to have a div foo div that's evaluated as an actual div is if you do dangerously set inner HTML. And it's in the name. You are dangerously doing so. You shouldn't do so. You should never allow that without good reason. That's the whole point. By scrubbing data, no, you just let people submit strings, but you never render those strings in an unsafe way. And then your problem is solved for you automatically. Yeah, no worries, Greenish. Like, someone could submit this as a string, as like a body text for their description as a user. And then some other user might view that page. But your responsibility as the dev building those pages that other users see is that you never do dangerously set inner HTML, at which point React is going to escape every single fucking thing that goes into that. And that's the whole point to using a framework versus raw fucking vanilla JS and HTML. Frameworks give us these assurances. Your random fucking vanilla JS bullshit doesn't. And that's where I really, 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 really push back on statements from people like Spiridon. Yeah, you could totally wire up your own vanilla HTML to do all this shit. But what about XSS? Well then, yeah, no, it's up to the dev to be better. Dude, have you met other devs? They don't give a shit. They don't care. They don't know. That's why frameworks put these fucking training wheels on every single fucking injection. That's the entire point of a framework. To not have to think about that shit. I like Spiridon as a person. I fundamentally disagree with his entire ethos. Right? The entire thing he bases his entire fucking stream around. No, dude. No. Just no. Oh, expect devs to be better. When has that ever worked? Dude, no. No. Come on, man. No. Just no. Yeah, trust no one. Exactly, major offensive. I really like Spiridon. I fundamentally disagree with most of what he says. Right? Don't expect devs to be better, because they won't. They just won't. They just won't, dude. Like, what fantasy world do you live in where devs will just magically be better? That's never happened in the history of programming. It's never fucking happened. Like, dude, you're swimming in the clouds, man. Yeah, like, I really like Spiro as a person, I fundamentally disagree with basically everything he says. Devs are smarter than that? No, they fucking aren't. Have you worked with other devs? And here's the thing, Spiro works on solo projects most of the time. So no, he doesn't work with other devs. That's the problem. None of his experience comes from having to work with other devs that suck. That's where his entire opinions come from. He doesn't work with other devs that suck. Dude. Like, what the fuck, man? And I don't mean, like, suck in a really bad way. Like, no, like, they just don't care. It's not a problem they've needed to care about, and it's a problem they don't care about now. And that's okay, man. We can build some really good software as long as they don't have to think about these things that I have to think about. I can be the one to push back when they do dangerously set inner HTML. They don't have to think about it. I'm the one that has to think about it. That's my job as the senior. No, I will not approve your pull request that does that. Why do we need that? Explain it to me in plain words. If you can't, denied. It's really easy, actually. But someone has to fucking care. You can't expect everyone to care, but someone on the team has to care. Here's the biggest thing to point out, right? Vibe coding wise. Like, Strawberry, you make a good point. When it comes down to vibe coding, who absorbs the liability from Cursor? Not Cursor. No, the person that committed the code. If Cursor commits a major fucking vulnerability, who do you think's going to get fired? Not Cursor. Definitely not Cursor. No, the person that committed the code on behalf of Cursor. When Volkswagen got caught skirting the fucking, shenanigans of, like, emissions testing, who saw jail time? Not the manager. Not the CTO. Not any director that had any say in anything that happened. Who saw jail time? The software dev that did it. The only human being to see jail time from the Volkswagen fiasco of doing some bullshit to skirt emissions testing, the only single human being to see jail time was the software dev that did it, not the managers that said it needed to happen. Not the CEO, not the CTO, not the fucking directors. Not a single human being that actually made the decision saw jail time. Just the dev that implemented it. Think about that. Think about that. There's no excuse for just following orders as a software dev. If you do something that isn't okay, you're on the hook. Even if fucking, like, Cursor or Claude or one of these other things did it for you, if you committed that shit, you're on the hook. LLMs will not absorb liability. That's what software devs do. Really think about that. Do you think LLMs are going to take our jobs? No, because that means middle managers will have to absorb the liability for what they do. They'll never fucking do that. Hell no. They'll never fucking do that. Yeah, Krasner. Like, dude, seriously. Like, no fucking manager will ever, ever absorb the liability of what the fucking peon software dev did on behalf of some LLM. It's not going to happen. Software devs have always been the liability absorber. It's been that way since the fucking 60s. Do you think that's going to change? Fuck no. Fuck no. Dude, hell no. Software devs are the people that absorb the liability from the shitty tools they use. And you are on the hook for signing off on something some bullshit LLM did on your behalf. Yeah, I get that. Fallen, I'm really curious to like know how this story ends. Because again, like, someone has to absorb the liability of the shit. And management definitely doesn't want to. So yeah, please continue your story. I'm really curious about this now. Yeah, fucking bankruptcy. Well, fuck it. We'll sell to a company that can absorb the liability for us after we, like, sell the company because, you know, whatever. Oh, we were found to be majorly liable. Well, we'll just sell the company and then no one's liable, right? The company that bought us isn't liable because they weren't there, right? And we're no longer in the loop, so we're not liable. So yeah, we just sold the company. Fuck it. Do you think I'm bullshitting? Like, no, this is how business works. The majority of business is just shifting liability. Ooh, so I get it, Fallen. They just haven't, like, absorbed the liability from it yet. So that's tougher. Didev, you might be directly on point or unaware of the fact that that's why software as a service exists, because you can shift liability. That's the entire point of hiring a software as a service. Because it's no longer your fucking problem. Yeah, service goes down. Well, no, that's our service provider. Ah, fuck them. Yeah. I think we can, like, sue them for money lost at this point because we had an SLA. That is actually the number one reason for software as a service. Which is why, like, if you think you have a decent enough software as a service idea, fucking launch it, man. It's not about providing value. It's about providing liability, like, mitigation. That's what you are. That's literally your business value. You're a fucking liability firewall. That's how every software as a service is able to operate. Yeah, no worries there, Greenish Pepper. Again, thank you so much. I apologize for the harshness. That was on me. Thank you for chilling, man. And thank you for not holding me against it. Like, you know, I think we got to the right point. So yeah, see you again soon. Am I in rant mode right now? Damn right. Do I say stuff for effect? Damn right. If I don't say it harsh enough, y'all don't hear it. And I do apologize for that. Yeah, sorry, Greenish Pepper. Like, yeah, no. I was too harsh. In general, people don't listen unless you are emphatic enough. The world we live in, like, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Kind of a bummer. No, I get it, JLem. Like, yeah, no, I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate that. But other people haven't. And they're not aware of, like, hyperbole for effect. Can't blame them for not being aware, right? We can blame me for not guarding my statements better. I'll absorb that liability. Right? Streaming as a, you know, like a liability firewall. Shit. All right, whatever. Let's play some more music. But yeah, you know, we're chilling. We're chilling. Does synthwave belong in a museum? By the way, Junior. Junior. Now I got the whiskey in me. We're at like the 7-year stream anniversary. Like, yes, I will agree. I am harsher than I should be in some of my phrasing. So anyone that feels put off by it, I apologize. That's on me. I get it. I get it. I think me and Greenish got to a good place, but anyone else, yeah, you know, my bad. All right, let me go get some more soda and ice, and I'll be right back. Ooh, and hold on, real quick. Lightspeed. Yeah, dude, Lightspeed. Yeah, dude. JS fuck is magic. If you don't get it, don't feel bad, because I don't get it. I have no idea how JS fuck becomes all this. Like, I have no fucking, like, dude, I just don't get it. Like, that's so many goddamn characters. But it's true. It's so goddamn gnarly. So yeah, if you're not protecting against JS fuck, you are XSS vulnerable. Kenny, we were talking about XSS earlier, and the fact that eBay was actually vulnerable to JS fuck based XSS for like a decade. It's fucking gnarly, dude. Like, it's crazy. So yeah, check it out. Right? Look at it. See what you think, but you know, no worries. All right. So I'm a little happy that I didn't make Greenish feel too bad. Yes, I was on the verge of just being more of a jerk than I ever should have been. So, Greenish, thank you so much for putting up with me. I know you left already, but just so everyone else knows, Greenish, you're the man. And yeah, who's gonna try JS fuck on every website they see now? Like, yeah, man. Right? Any place where you could see someone else's input, you should actually be testing some of that shit. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Like, nah, like, y'all are onto something. You should be testing every website for JS fuck vulnerabilities. Yeah, damn right. Oh, that was a bad toss. But there are websites for bug bounties. Like, oh, come on, man. Like, dude, an XSS vulnerability is typically one of the most high, like, one of the highest paid vulnerabilities you can find. The fact that so many of these websites don't test JS fuck, shit. Ah, man, y'all are blowing it, but also, like, free money. Free money. Not every site shows user submissions to other users. That's the important thing. That's the distinction. What websites can you think of that show user submissions to other users? And that's where you can start thinking about, well, all right, can you make a bug bounty from it? All right, so let me go double check. All right, Blue Sky. Oh shit, Blue Sky is going big. Oh man. Oh, Jacob Code Drift, Mr. Sir. Dude, Jacob's the just such a dude. All right, let me look at some other bullshit. Yeah. Thank y'all over on Blue Sky. Y'all are the best. Just the best. And yeah, I'm going to be shaving this mustache live here on this stream tomorrow. Oh, yeah, this mustache sucks anyway, so we're good. Like, dude, I'll just hold the trash can up to shave the shit mustache into the trash. It'll be very fitting. No big deal. All right, and then I guess, hold on, let me look at LinkedIn. Oh my god, 17 notifications on LinkedIn. Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, so I see some other shit. Yeah. Thanks, Alex. Mr. Sir. All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. And then yeah, man, people reacting to the posts on the tweeter. God, people are so cool. Dude, LinkedIn, man. Like, if you all are not using LinkedIn for your social media shit, you definitely should. There is something about LinkedIn that's like, yeah, you might not get the immediate views like some fucking Twitter bullshit or whatever, but LinkedIn will show that shit to people for weeks. Right? This post I just did that got, I don't know, 167 impressions. Garbage. But you know what? That post will actually see other people seeing it for like 3 to 4 weeks from now. That's crazy. Like, you should be leveraging LinkedIn for all of your like shout outs, everything that you want like people to see, right? Twitter, other bullshit, yeah, it falls off within like 48 hours. LinkedIn is that long tail that gives you value. If you're not leveraging LinkedIn for all of your like social media stuff, you're fucking up. You're really fucking up. But anyway, yeah, we're at like 8 p.m. just chilling. Yeah, we don't have a dot token on the engine, and we should really be considering that at the adapter level. There you go, Jalen. Yeah, dude, like, no, LinkedIn is insane. Yeah, like, you don't even need followers and connections and all that shit. LinkedIn will make your post go bigger just because, like, their algorithm is very, very specific about, like, let's drum up engagement, right? Did people engage? You only have 23 connections. Did 10% of those people engage? Well, shit, let's show it to other people. And it goes crazy at that point. Yeah, LinkedIn is majorly valuable. Like, yeah, people meme about it. But dude, Prime, Theo, all those guys, they make LinkedIn posts for sure. They totally do. They totally do. Yeah, you definitely should. Abso-fucking-lutely. All right, so we're seeing a bunch of token BS. So getting the current token is just about finding the current adapter. I'm actually curious why get token is even here at this level. I feel like get token shouldn't even be here. All right, so set token. At the engine level. Like, yeah, this is the part where, like, I'm really wondering what should be engine level and what should be runtime level. Token stuff should not be runtime level, right? Like, that should all be engine level. What is my 15th favorite color? I don't know, man. All right, so you've been here long enough that you're definitely not necessarily a troll. Time will tell. Yeah, I don't know, man. There you go, Didev. Yeah, right? Calling out the trolliness of the comment, right? So, Danger Dose, do you have a hobby other than trying to bait streamers into some bullshit? Wink. Double wink. So, yeah, Danger Dose. Like, come on, man. What do you do for a hobby other than try to aggravate streamers? Yeah, it's fine. I get it. I asked you a question though. What do you have as a hobby beyond whatever you just said? Come on, man. Do you skateboard? Do you snowboard? Do you rollerblade? Do you golf? You do Python scripting. So much more boring. Like, I get that part. Okay, touche. So you saw me writing TypeScript and you were like, how can I burn his world down? Right? Because I'm not doing your favorite thing. Kind of sad. You have no hobbies other than fucking trying to bait streamers? That's a little sad. You're gonna leave. I mean, I could just ban you. You haven't been here long enough to like benefit from any benefit of the doubt, you know? One person earlier totally got that. You don't. All right, so we just restricted two people's ability to chat because they aren't trying to be good members of the community. Like, nah, they just already admitted they did that within whatever messages they had. Like, nah, we're good. It's crazy how many people out there in the world just fucking suck, you know? It's actually so fucking weird how many people out there choose to just not be fun to talk to. Like, that's a conscious decision they make. I don't get it, but we don't have to. That's their choice. They can just suck. All right, so as far as setting the token, I don't think we need to get the token. I don't think that exists. We do need to set it though. Person that's being ignored, maybe just don't make a shitty first message in chat. It's kind of weird. Yeah. Oh my god. I know, it's crazy. Right? Who'd have thunk that being shitty with your questioning would get you ignored? I don't know, man. Not sure. Nico, we are doing some stuff. Yeah, no worries. See, you had a legitimate question, right? This is the thing that we're doing today. We are at close to 8 p.m. though. We are at a good moment where I should probably end stream tonight because tomorrow is the actual stream anniversary. You know. But yeah, there's the person we're ignoring. Yeah, no, the person we're ignoring, like, yeah, maybe just don't be so shitty. And you won't get ignored. I'm like, I don't know, man. Yeah, no thank you. what am I doing for dinner tonight? Yeah, I'm doing dumplings. Yeah. I got some shumai and some soup dumplings to do. The shumai is it's all right, but we'll finish it out. It'll be fine. It's pretty good actually. It's some solid shumai. Person being ignored. Yeah, nah, you didn't fuck anything up. I just choose to ignore you. And I'm not even going to read like anything else. You can be better next time, maybe. Try that out. But I do need to get some food in my belly. And I do think we actually discovered a bunch of things that they are a bit tough for the application we're building. Ooh, there you go, Lightspeed. Yeah, dude, JS fuck goes crazy. Like, dude, JS fuck is gnarly. You can do all sorts of shit. Yeah, it's pretty gnarly. Like, man. Right? Whether you store your token in local storage or a cookie, JS fuck has gotcha. So maybe don't care as much about like your token storage as you should care about proper XSS. But you'll never get fucking Ryan Florence to admit that shit. You'll never have it happen. I don't know, Nico. Man, I don't know, man. We had an argument about local storage versus cookies like an hour or two ago. I'm not trying to rehash that argument. If you want to discuss it, we can talk about it over on Gaming Stream. But right now, nah, let's go raid someone. We'll do something. Like, it's 8 p.m. I do have, like, a blog post to write and some other shit to do. And maybe I just play games tonight and I wake up early tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. But, yeah, like, who's streaming right now? Who's even streaming right now? Didev. We can take your word for it, but the people building web applications would have you believe that they're the same thing. Like, Ryan Florence would have you believe that they solve the same problem. If you disagree, I think I might agree with you a little bit, but, you know. That's a separate thing. Yeah, you deserve those ads. How dare you? I don't know, man. I'm not sure where the ads are. Whatever. All right. Ads are finishing. But yeah, cookies versus local storage. Like, dude, if you think they're the same, we can't have a proper conversation. If you really want to discuss the difference, like we did that hours ago. I really do feel like Didev, you were here for that shit. So like, are you trolling at this point? Because we had this conversation and I thought you were here for it. I could have sworn you were here for that argument. All right, maybe not, but dude, I don't know, man. I'm not going to entertain that bullshit yet again because we already did it so much today. Watch the VOD if you have to, man. Over on YouTube. The VOD's on YouTube. You can find it. I'm not going to entertain that bullshit argument again. I'm sorry. It's a bullshit argument. No worries. That's fine. You may not know, and that's not your fault, but oh my God, it's such a bullshit argument. That's fine. Like, no, I get you, man. I get it. Like, I don't know, man. I just don't want to talk about it anymore. Figure that shit out. There's so much you can, like, watch and figure out. Like, we're not going to argue that shit anymore. Once a day. That's all I got, man. No, thank you. I'm not going to do it twice. Later there. See you on Nick One. Have a good night.